Hey, Chucky and Johnny Small Pepper, how y'all doing tonight? Annette, let's see. Chucky, you got Hawgleg's telephone number? He, let's see. I think I got it. How y'all doing tonight? There we go. How's everybody doing? Is it raining on y'all? Yeah, I got it, Chucky. I sent him a text message. I remembered that I had it. Hey, Indiana Chris, Breaker and 1-9. There you go. Hey, yeah, man. There's Hawgleg. Well, let me put this on up there, Hawgleg. I guess anybody wants that, there it is. There it are. Nothing much. I slept all evening, so I guess I'm up for a while tonight. I wore myself out yesterday walking across in muddy fields. Been moving slow all day today. Yes. There you are.
Hey,
There he is. Yeah, I was listening to a podcast when I got that email.
what email?
From your wife.
What might that email had said?
She was wanting to know if I was going to go live tonight.
Oh,
4 hour nap, man. That's more sleep than I get at one time. You know, Indiana Christian slept 4 hours today.
hello, Johnny Small Pepper, Chucky Morgan, Chucky, and that's catfishing. Indiana Chris, hello, man. Y'all can't believe the ease I've got now, cause I got that new computer in, and
Yeah,
it's doing good.
you like that, don't
Heck
you?
yeah, I can feel good now.
Yeah, you not your voice sounds good, the picture's good. You're not robotic, man.
Yeah.
You're in high cotton now.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the other computer. I mean, it just and the weird thing about it, it was only doing it on StreamYard.
Hmm.
I guess it's when they upgraded the StreamYard system that computer. So I got it set up right back there.
You couldn't upgrade, huh?
Yeah, I'm taking all that stuff off that computer and putting it on this one.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
One thing at a time, though, because
Right.
I want to make sure that whatever that is, I'm not putting in this computer and making it do the same thing.
Yeah. Right. Right. No, I ain't been doing nothing today. I had to go get some tags and stuff for some vehicles, but that's been it.
Oh wow!
Been in the house all day.
When's your birthday, Steve?
My birthday's in September. I didn't have my birthday.
Well, I'm writing it down.
It just barely is in September.
What date?
Just barely is in September.
What date though?
Well, it can't be but two. It's either the first day or the last day.
So it's September 1st.
Right.
Oh man. So
Oh,
I don't have Facebook, so I got to keep up with the birthdays.
oh man, hey, was it a pet? I guess it was a pet. Too old for dead digging graves, yeah. I told y'all a story about this thing right here. Before I kept him, I made sure I had a place for him to go if something happened to me.
Yep.
Because cats live a long time, you know. Sometimes, most of the time.
Yeah.
Hey, Missy. Yeah. That you been getting in on any of the deals that Real and Virtual putting out on those jigs?
Oh yeah, I've done ordered.
Yeah, I ordered 3 dozen.
Yeah. I think I got a total in of about 200 jigs.
Well, I didn't get but 36. And he gave me a good deal on them on the counter. We friends, you know.
Oh man, welcome in, Missy.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother-in-law, he was here for a couple of days early in the week. He lives down in Texas now, but he comes back. Hey, Pontoon Jody. He
Welcome in,
comes
bro.
back to Mississippi during a week or two before Christmas every year and spends a day or two with me and his sister, and then he goes to deer camp, and then he'll come back through tomorrow. But this time I happened to think about it, and I got him to bring me some mesquite logs.
Mesquite dogs.
Yeah, mesquite. Yeah, I love to cook with mesquite. And he brought me 4 or 5 big old logs about that long, about that big around.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like to smoke with it.
Yeah. I like to smoke with mesquite. Pecan is my number one thing to smoke with. When I get a hold of peach, I like to smoke with peach.
Peach, okay. All right, David Smith got 7 months after the Amazon truck run over his house.
Goodness gracious.
He's back in business now.
Oh man, why in the world did it take so long?
Big business, man. They hold that money as long as they can. Yeah, they burn up so bad, Chris. That's the reason I like to see. I'll take that log and I sawed them into rings.
Yeah.
About that thick, about a couple of inches thick, and when I get through smoking, I throw them in a bucket of water and put it out. And the next time I cook, I'll put it back on the fire. They'll last forever and ever and ever.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cold Creek, Billy.
Welcome in, Cold Creek. David Smith.
Yep, that's right. You got to soak them; they'll burn right up.
Yeah.
I used to have a deer camp down in what's called Delta National Forest. It's down about 30, 40 miles south of here, and it's 38,000 acres of hardwood bottom public hunting. We had a school section leased in there, and it flooded every year. And I had my camp, my trailer up where water didn't get in it, but very seldom. But anyhow, I had a smoker built out of a upright refrigerator. A smoker built. It had holes. It had the pipe in the top and had it gutted and everything and insulated where I could smoke stuff. Hey, Tim.
Right.
And Bob. Well, anyway, boy from Texas used to come hunt with us down there, and he brought us some mesquite and a big log, big piece of it. And over a period of 6, 7 years I was down there, that log got down to about like that from me, throwing it down. Well, not every winter, but some winters that place would flood, like I said.
Yeah.
That mesquite just laid up under the corner of the camper there, trailer. And you know that damn piece of wood didn't float off? The water be, 3 feet deep, and that chunk of mesquite didn't never leave there.
Oh, wow.
I dig it back out of the leaves and stuff the next year, and I guess when I left down there, I reckon that piece of wood still laying there.
Yeah. Hello, Cold Creek, Tim Molina.
Keith,
welcome in.
CP's in here too, but we ain't talking to him.
Oh, hello, CP. Brokeback Bob, welcome in.
Dale Haslett.
Dale Hayslip.
So how's Kenneth doing? He taking the weekend off?
Yeah, I guess he is. He might be lurking around somewhere. I lurk also. Yeah, you got caught the other day lurking.
I was in the bed, man. I had gone to bed. Didn't I come up? Yeah, I had gone to bed.
Yeah, after you got caught.
I was scrolling through on my telephone, and man, I was looking, and everybody was saying Coach is asleep or something. And I got to looking, and I was timing folks out and killing conversation. On that telephone, they don't have them little dots over there.
Right.
And I was just scrolling to the bottom and killing all. Man, I was knocked John Parker out.
Yep.
Hey, Melissa. Okay, thank you, dear. Yeah, I had to come up there for a few minutes and apologize for that. That was terrible. I ain't never done that before. That was a mess up. But I mean, everybody knows they bound to know I didn't mean to do it.
Right.
Yeah, I was. I think David Smith. I think the word was running, not running. I was knocking folks out right and left. I would have knocked a bunch of folks out if they hadn't had the blue, hadn't been blue. Because I know I deleted a bunch of messages.
Yeah.
There was just a line of them on my end, just a line of them. Hey, Tasha. Yeah.
Yeah, he probably is. During the weekend, I lurk a lot. I turn it on something on the big screen, and of course I do the same thing during the week, but on the weekends a lot.
Well, I hardly most of the time, unless most of the time I don't type nothing because but I've always hit the like, and sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Sometime I'll say something, but
Well, see, on our TV, you can hit subscribe and you can hit like, but you can't chat on it because you don't have nothing, no keys or nothing.
yeah, right.
So
I don't know. I've been in a couple of 2 or 3 tonight. I just hit the like button on it. JBT was fishing. I guess he still is fishing. And Stan was live earlier. Hey Emily, him on that Friday night show we had.
uh, let's see.
Yeah.
Yep, JBT, Mox Fishing Home, Art, Tasha, she's on. Yeah, you're right.
Uh, I just paste it there once in a while, Melissa. Just like that right there. They yeah, I've been down Key West most of the night. They got a good band playing at the Hawgleg.
The Hog's Breath.
First time I've heard them play. But I don't know. They started off with some good songs, and then they got the I don't know. The last set I had to quit watching them. I didn't care nothing about that music, whatever kind of music it was.
Yeah.
You know what kills me, and you being a band person,
Yeah.
they it's a couple of those honky tonks down there that when and they bring all this sound equipment and everything, but they don't have the voice turned up on the mic where they are the predominant. And they're good singers. They're good. They're good singers, but they don't have the mic turned up where they are over the music. And to me, a good band is you need to hear the singer and the music in the background. Am I wrong on that?
Well, the reason they do that is because they're not perfect singers. They're good singers. They're not perfect singers. And they want to make you think of that artist that done that song originally. And if they turn it up too loud, you'll see the difference.
Is that right?
Yeah. In most cases.
What would well when you covering a song, what difference does it make if you sound like that fella that or gal that recorded it? I mean, everybody's there. I mean, Possum Jones couldn't sing Stevie Ray Vaughan song,
No.
but if he sang them, he'd sing them like Possum.
Right.
And if Stevie Ray sang Possum Jones' songs, he'd sing them like Stevie Ray.
Right.
So what the hell? I don't see where that, unless you just can't sing worth a lick.
In most cases, that's how it is.
Yeah, but these bands coming into Key West, these ain't no fly by night bands now. Wouldn't imagine.
Oh no, it don't mean it's just always a fly by night band. There's some reason why they're covering that voice up though. I mean, maybe he's got a lisp, or maybe the singer's got a lisp, or maybe the singer's got a stutter, or maybe the singer's just not that good.
I don't know. That boy tonight sounded good when I had turned the volume up on my computer so loud that the cat couldn't sleep. He sounded good. I mean, I like the way he sounded, but if you turn the volume down on the computer, to a reasonable level, then his voice was not quite in there.
Well, most people that go to the bars and the juke joints and all this, and to concerts, they the voice ain't what you see. The music is what gets them in the groove, and you
I
know,
guess
being,
so. I don't know.
being a bass player, the bass player to me drives it into the person's chest. You know,
Yeah,
the bass is what makes.
there's a doom, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, they had a good bass tonight. They get in that band. One of the better ones that I've heard, and they had a super drummer. And I thought the singer was good, but I like to listen to the words.
yeah, yeah.
I guess I'm
Well,
just
they should have had it turned up loud enough so you could hear the words. Anyway,
well, you know that band that the hottest band that comes down there where is the Mike Veal band, Veal out of Atlanta.
yeah,
They come down there about 4 times a year. And look now this is no joke. When they come in there, the people are actually dancing in the parking lots. You can see them on
yeah,
on the live stream.
yeah.
They actually as many people in the parking lot dancing as it is in the honky tonk dancing. And it's
Right.
open. It's open. It's open. And see, they play loud, and you can hear him sing, and you can hear you can hear it all. I just believe they got better sound equipment or something. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I don't. I've never been in a band. I can't do none of that kind of stuff. But
Yeah.
well, that's what they opened with tonight. David Smith was I don't know what the name of the song was, but it was a ZZ Top tune.
Well, see the bass player and the drum player is what
Hey, Rich.
keeps it all together. They lay they work hand in hand to lay the platform,
Yeah,
timing.
the foundation.
Yeah, the foundation, the timing.
Well, I tell you that they have some good ones down there. Uh, you've heard me talk about Nick Brownell before.
Yeah.
The guy down there, his son. Yeah, been about 2 weeks. They diagnosed his son. He's a teenager with leukemia, so he's canceled all of his engagements, and I don't know where they are, but they somewhere with him.
Right.
But yeah, it's a bunch of good ones down there. I tell you, if I was a musician and a good one, that's where I'd be. Because there's money to be made down there if you can be a musician, if you're a musician. Yeah,
Oh man.
yeah. Did I miss anybody coming in? I got Rich.
Welcome
I,
in, Tasha.
I think I
Welcome
got.
in, Canadian fishing musician.
Well, let's talk about Charles Phillips and how sorry a person he really is.
Why you want to talk about CP that way?
Well, and then we'll talk about Troy Missildine
Oh, okay.
too. We'll talk about him in the same breath. Uh, I told I told CP the other day that I had found a '69 caliber round ball.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Well, anyway, okay, he says, and so then we got a spot down here we call the Honey Hole, and it's where he hunted the first time he ever hunted down here, and he found an 18 right after the Civil War shield nickel. That's an old nickel. That's before the V nickels. They started making them right after the Civil War.
Right.
And he found a U.S. bridle rosette from the Civil War, Yankee horse bridle. You know, the rosette, the horse rosette. And he found found an Indian head penny, I think, eventually. Well,
Right.
anyway, our buddy that drives the tractor for this man that owns this land, he usually puts up a road that's about half waist high. And I've been out there at least for years, man. Well, man, take that plow out of the ground a little bit when you roll that thing up, man. Them roads just, and yeah.
Oh man.
But so this year, Monday,
Welcome in, Doug.
hey Doug, Wednesday I had to carry some pizza to Kay down there at the school.
Right.
She was having a 7th grade pizza party. So me and my brother-in-law swung down there with the pizza right around dinner time. And I came back by the honey hole. And this year, when they rode that thing up, they rode it up and just drug a trench. And like a lot of the grain farmers are doing here now, the bean farmers, they just they putting up a wide road and just dragging one plow, and it's leaving a trench, just a trench for the water to go down.
Right.
And it's flat. It's flat. You can walk all the, you can walk.
Yeah.
And I sent CP a message from the field and told him, my brother-in-law was driving, sent him a message and told him the honey hole was flat. He ain't said nothing back. Okay, he said, something like that. Well, anyway, I went out there yesterday. And, he didn't ever get back to me. I went out there yesterday and found 4 or 5 old items, big old rim fire cartridge shells, the hulls off of, before they invented the center fire.
Right.
In the Civil War days, all them bullets were rim fire.
Yeah.
If they wasn't muzzle loaders,
Right.
they were, rim fire bullets, 40 and 50 caliber rim fire bullets. And I found 4, 5, 12, 3 or 4 of them, and I found one round ball, and I found a nice piece of jewelry that used to be jewelry that had been torn apart. Yeah. And anyway, I was telling him about it, and he says, well, you went out there and it wasn't muddy? I said, no, it wasn't muddy. We ain't got all that rain y'all done had up there. He said, well, Lord have mercy. If I'd have known that, that's the reason I didn't come down there. Didn't say I wanted to come down there because I thought it was muddy. Why in the hell didn't he ask? Why didn't he say, is it muddy? He just didn't say nothing, He said, okay, well, yeah, good. The honey hole is flat. And he didn't ask, was it muddy or nothing. He about as sorry, he put it sorry. He just put it sorry.
Lord, CP, why you do like that? Why you be like that, man?
He's listening. I know he's listening. And Alicia Barnett has done started metal detecting.
Yeah, I haven't followed her, but
yeah,
what I heard.
She's putting out a video, metal detecting video. She's still hunting in the parks and things and ball fields. She ain't figured out that the really fun stuff is that old stuff.
Right.
I think she's just getting started good.
Yeah, that's a really good deal that CP gave me on that thing, that detector the other day.
Which one?
His one of his
The
uh
E-Track or the Gamma 6000?
the Gamma 6000, I think it was.
That's a good machine.
Yeah.
I started to get one of them when I started upgrading. Then I decided to go a different route. I like that machine though. That's what he found that old nickel with.
Yeah. He said he's going. He said he would sell it to me for with two heads and I can't remember what else.
Hey, Alvin.
But he made me a good price on it.
Yeah, two cars, anything. I mean, when you get two cars with a machine, you basically getting two machines.
Yeah.
If they a good bit difference in sizes.
Right.
You know, if you get a 10 inch and a 9 inch, that ain't that big a deal. But if you get a 11 inch and a 6 inch, that's you getting two machines. That's basically what you're doing.
Yeah.
Cause it seemed to me like the $100. I ain't never seen a car for less than $100.
Right. Well, that one that he was talking about selling me, that's what a coil would have cost over $100.
No, I guarantee they do. And Technetics is old technology, but it's just like the Tesoro that I kept, that I got out there, that's old technology, but they work.
Yeah.
It don't make no difference about technology if they work.
Right.
And
Well, man, Alvin.
my brother-in-law brought a machine from Texas. It's $100 brand new machine. I would have tied a quarter to it and thrown it in the road ditch, so I'd be losing something. But I made him put that thing up the other day and get my Technetics out. I brought both. I mean my Tesoro,
Yeah.
and I set it for him and all, and it didn't take him but about 10 or 15 minutes, and he had that thing figured out. Now, he didn't run over any good targets, but he quit digging iron and stuff and started digging, you know, tin cans and pieces of tin and, stuff that could be something,
Right. Right.
non-ferrous stuff. Yes, indeed. I love them flashes. Them old hummingbird flashes, that red, man, I love them things.
Yep.
That old hummingbird flasher was good, and you can see that weight dropping.
Yep.
Going down. There's now Alvin is y'all know that Alvin is real and virtual's distributor. He runs his distribution center. Y'all know that, don't you?
No, I didn't know that. I'm glad you told me that.
Yeah, Alvin runs a real and virtual's jig making distribution center.
maybe he's one y'all need to get a hold of.
You see that? He said that's right. You son, I don't know. Same as a hummingbird. Yeah. Yeah. I like it around that hummingbird. I could tell what I could use it. I understood what they was talking about. Then they got all them images with the next one, and well, I would have never got rid of that hummingbird if I was coaching high school baseball at the time, and my team bought me a new Lowrance. Bought me a new Lowrance depth finder for my boat. after as a Christmas present type thing. And then I don't know. I believe I may still have that. That hummingbird might still be out there in that utility room.
Or back in that closet behind you.
No, he's in here, Melissa. He just ain't saying nothing.
Buck Williams, what's going on?
He's just not saying anything. He's mad at his brother. CP upset with his brother. I don't blame him. CP said the boy yesterday shot the biggest deer in Marshall County at 150 yards with a 30-06. The deer fell and then jumped up and ran off. And they went and got a tracking dog and put on him, and it was leaving big old clumps of blood with air in it and all that and everything, and went into some real thick stuff. And it is thick. I've been there metal detecting, and you can't walk in it. It's briars, them old saw briars over your head. It's bad.
Oh, wow.
But anyway.
Rattlesnake heaven, huh?
No, not, yeah, well, it might be, but not this time of the year.
No, not this time of year.
But anyway, they said they couldn't handle it and let the deer. And, you know, it's up in the 70s down here now. High 60s, 70s, and it's raining. You know, that deer, you know, anyway, they went back today and they couldn't find it. So, I don't know I don't know how good a deer hunters them folks really are. I think they kind of ham fats, shade tree. They got a gun, but they don't really know what they're doing.
Yep.
That's
why
they read all the books on
it. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't shoot a deer that far away from me, because I just don't like chasing them. I like them to fall right then.
the
closer you are, the better off they're going to fall right there.
Yeah, 150 yards ain't that long a shot though.
Mm.
Not for. I guess he had a scope on.
I don't like shooting them that far.
I can't imagine why they couldn't find that deer though.
No, I don't either.
Because if it was all the blood CP said they putting out there, it had to be. He couldn't have gone far. The only other place that kind of blood will come from is their face. If you shoot them in the nose,
yeah,
they'll put out that kind of blood. They still gonna die, but they'll run forever and ever and ever and ever. I've had to swim behind them before. Swim across bayous and things that people done shot them in the face.
Yeah.
And they're leaving blood everywhere. Dogs about to go crazy. They turning double flips, but they can't never catch that deer.
Yeah.
You generally go to water.
Indiana Chris says he got, let's see, let me go back up there.
What did he say?
He got 12-piece fried chicken earlier for $13.99 from KFC, I guess. But that's what I was taking it for. But I'm about like gigability. I think KFC should just go into selling skin, chicken skin. But I love me some KFC chicken skin. I love anybody's chicken skin, really. That's the best part of the chicken, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they trying to get in the truck.
Oh man.
deer in the back of the truck.
Yeah, I would love one to try to crawl up in the back of my truck.
You ever hear me tell a story about picking cotton back in the 70s and hauling cotton to the gin? That you ever heard me tell that story?
Damn River Boys.
Hey, damn river boy.
I've heard so many of your cotton gin stories.
I was, I was, there was five, one, two, there was four gins in the town where I was farming.
Right.
Hauled a load of cotton to the gin one morning, one afternoon, and as the highway comes in from out in the country, there's actually a highway, a Mississippi State Highway, and all three of those gins, all four of them gins was on that highway. Yeah, but it turned into streets once it got into town, and it was a gin, and then another gin, and then it turned into the streets, and you had to go into two more gins, all of them on that same highway.
That's
Same,
not, that sounds like the little old town Durham down
yeah.
here.
So
Durham.
so I come wheeling in there with a trailer load of cotton and swung it all around out there in the lot, and I was parking it. Gonna go up there and get a tag put on it, and then a buddy of mine came by. He ginned at a different gin, and a buddy of mine came by going on through to the other gin. Well, they had a big old black four-wheel drive Dodge pickup. This was back in the CB radio days.
Yeah.
And when I got out of my truck, he come by out there behind my trailer going on up the street, going on into the gym. And there's a deer standing up in the back of his truck. Big old doe, she was standing up like a German Shepherd, man. And this old boy, he always liked to keep some deer meat in the freezer. And this was during cotton picking season. Now, this wasn't during no doe season.
Right.
No deer season. Man, I run back up out of my truck and I called him on the CB radio. And everybody's on the same channel. I said, man, you better pull over and shut your tailgate on your truck or something like that.
Yeah.
And look, he was still in my sight up there. I could see. Then that trailer went to doing all. He was supposed to drive through town with that crippled up deer standing up in the back of his truck. And he was out there with a hammer.
Yeah.
I'm trying to beat that deer back down.
Yeah.
And look, where he stopped. Now this is the honest God truth. The mayor of our little old town had a lumber company. And his office door opened onto that street. And that's where he got that truck stopped, and he was beating that deer to death in front of the mayor's office. Of course, the mayor didn't care, he wasn't. But that was a big joke around our town for years and years, man.
Welcome in, Dallas.
Hey, Dallas.
That reminds me of a story that happened to me back in my younger days, back when I was first starting to work within a few years. But I got me a job down at the Albany Herald, and I was delivering state bundles. Bundles of papers that go out to the carriers out of the town.
Right.
There was a little old town between Benevolence and Richland where there was a road that was just covered with deer. And one Saturday night, I was delivering the Sunday papers. One Saturday night, I went across that road, and a deer ran out in front of me, and I hit it. And it didn't kill it all the way, but I wanted that deer.
Yeah.
I was going to take that deer home with me. And so I got out of the truck, and the deer was laying in the ditch kicking around. And I rolled up a few Sunday papers.
They
And
beat death with a needle.
I took that. I was beating that deer on the head, trying to kill it, and it wouldn't die. So I went and grabbed my clipboard, and then I started hitting it on the edge. And then, hey, I always carried a little old bitty 25
Yeah.
with me, Saturday night special. And I took that and I pointed it. I got right down there close to it, about this far from his head,
Mm-hmm.
and I shot it. It went into his ribs. That's how accurate the gun was. It
Oh
went
man.
into his ribs, and that little 25 bullet, it just went right under his skin. The rib stopped it. It didn't even penetrate the rib.
Oh man.
Yeah. So I got out and I got the old truck. I lifted the hood, and the old truck scissor jacks, the
Yeah.
long handles,
I know he's talking
just
about.
you stretched out. And I got that old deer by the head, and I was twisting it and trying to choke it out. And so I finally choked it out, and I thought I killed it. Man, I drug that son of a gun up in the back of that pickup truck. It had a camper shell on it, so the papers wouldn't get wet. And all of a sudden, I got in that truck and was driving the rest of the way to Richland. By the time I got to Richland and was getting that, I went by there and open that camper shell and grabbed that bundles of papers out of there.
Yeah.
And that deer was living. It was still.
Man, that's pitiful.
And so, I just closed the gate on it and took him home, and then I finished him off there at the house.
I had that happen to a coon one time. It was this back when I was coon hunting. There was a little old town about 30, 25 miles on over yonder, and there was an old man that was friends with my back door neighbor. And he had coon hunted all his life, and he didn't have no dogs. But my neighbors told him about me that I had coon dogs. But anyway, I went over there and picked him up, and we went coon hunting. And we went to a place he knew where he could walk, a little bit. And we killed a couple of coons, listened to the dogs, had a good hunt, and he had a good time. And I carried him back to his house.
Yeah.
And when I was coming back to Greenville, it was in the wintertime. It was cold. And this back when pelts were worth $13, $14 a piece. Well, I was going through the next town over from me, and there was a coon laying in the highway. A 4-lane road.
Melissa.
And it was a coon laying in one of my lanes. And when I went by him, I could tell he was, he was fluffy and everything. So I made a loot, and I came back, and it was way over in the morning. And I picked him up, and I had a little camper on that truck, and had a dog box. The dogs were up in there on hay. And I just threw that coon over in the back of the truck with the dogs. And I'm going on home, and it was 10, 12 miles to the house. Well, when I got about a mile from the house, I heard my old dog back there growling and carrying on. I said, now, what the hell is she going to get upset for now? This close to home, and I'm going to be at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't want to make a lot of noise in the neighborhood, when I pull up to unload them.
Yeah.
And the closer I got to the house in that last mile, she got the opening pretty good up in the camper. And I pulled up in the driveway and jumped out of the truck and run to the back of the truck to tell her to shut up, so she knew. And I raised it back on that damn coon had them 2 dogs treed in the back of that truck. Man, he was all brindled up like a cat, his tail like that big, got a hair standing up down his back. and them dogs was asleep when that coon come to. But somebody done bumped that coon, and so
Wow.
so I shut the hood, I shut the thing, and I run up there and got my gun. I said, man, I can't be shooting up in the back end of my truck. And I always keep a tire tool under the seat of my truck, and for obvious reasons. One of them L-shaped tire tools.
Yeah.
I grabbed that tire tool. I run back in. I raised that hood up, and that coon was kind of standing on all fours, but bowed up. But he was looking at them dogs, and I cracked him right across the top of his head.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then my dog and them dogs was barking. Man, I got him. Y'all come on. I let the tailgate down. And they was on a leash. They was on the leashes. I grabbed both of them leashes. They was glad to get out of the back of that truck.
Thank you.
Oh, how many times, Indiana Chris? I ain't gonna tell a lie. How many times? I will not lie about it.
Yeah.
But yeah. And when I was in high school, I had beagles. And there was a place there that a bunch of folks, the deer dog owners back in the day, owned deer dogs, and they had they called them dog memberships to the hunting club there on Big Plantation. And I had been invited to go down there and go rabbit hunting, bring my dogs down there and go rabbit hunting. And it was after deer season. And the dog owners from my hometown, they had a camp down there at a farm headquarters. And so we were staying in that camp and rabbit hunting with some of the people there off of the big plantation that the hunting club was on. Well, we went down there on a Thursday. It's during the Christmas holiday.
Right.
But for some reason there wasn't no deer season. I don't think it could have been. No, it wasn't no deer season open when we were there. Maybe it was after deer season in January. Maybe that's what it was. But anyway, we went down there on a Thursday. And we hunted Friday. And we were going to hunt Saturday. And we were going to come home Sunday. We were going to hunt all day Saturday. Right. Well, that Friday night, I had a date with a girl that she had moved from my hometown to another town that was about 20 miles from there. Anyhow, make a long story short, I had a date that night, and I was coming back about 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was a pretty sharp curve in that highway. And when I come around that curve, there was a car upside down in the ditch, and there's folks standing all out there. I said, what in the hell? And I stopped. And I said, and there was people scattered all across out there. They were standing around rubbing their heads. It must have just happened. And I hollered out across there. I said, is everybody all right? I was a high school guy, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody, we need a doctor and this and that and other, we need an ambulance. Well, what you going to do, you know? And this girl out of the clear blue sky says, Stevie, is that you? And I said, yeah, who is that? And she said, Jackie. And Jackie was in my class back in high school.
Wow.
It wasn't a girl I was with, but she had kinfolks down this way where I am now. And this house just up the road from where I live now. But anyway, her and her stepfather and her stepbrother and two nephews, they've been out spotlighting.
Yeah.
and had 2 deer in the trunk of the car.
Wow.
Yeah. So eventually, let me see. I don't know how. I don't know how anybody got word to anybody, but the highway patrol showed up, and then the ambulance showed up, and they carried them back up to the little old town where I had. They had a hospital up there, a clinic like.
Yeah.
That's where they carried them, and that's where I was, where I had a date from. So the young man, her stepbrother, says, or Jackie says, "Are you gonna come back to the hospital?" I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna come back to the hospital." So while I'm back here at the hospital, the stepbrother calls me aside and tells me that there's a gun in the back of that car, and would I go get that gun out of that car?
Uh-huh.
And I said, "Yeah, I'll try to get it if I can get to it." I mean, the trunk, the car was upside down,
Yeah.
and he didn't. That's all he told me. There was a gun in the back of the car. I should have known something was up. But anyway, uh, everybody was all right. I had to give a deposition there to the highway patrolman what I knew, and I didn't know nothing, except
Right.
what I come up on. But anyway, I left and went back down there. It was on the way back to where I was, going. And this on over 4 o'clock in the morning now. And so I get there and I can't get that trunk open. It's upside down. There wasn't nothing I could do. Well,
Yeah.
just as I was getting ready to leave, the record showed up. So the man has been come all the way from Cleveland, and he's an old guy, and he said, "Man, the son, would you help me hook this car and roll this car?" I said, "I guess I will. I'm up all night anyway." Well, anyway, when we got that car upright, the hood, the trunk was just mashed shut because it was upside down. And the deer, and when it got up, and that hood, the trunk, oh, down there, shot out that car. And took off and run across the field, man.
Oh man.
I said, "Oh no!" And that fella said, "What was that?" He was up there and running them leaves. I said, "I don't know. I don't know. Look, he must have had a dog or something." And so I went over there, and sure enough, there was a dead one. There was a dead one in there too. And
Wow.
he's still up there where he couldn't see. And anyway, I got that rifle. It was a 22 rifle, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I got that rifle where he couldn't see it and threw it over there in the field. And about that time, here come that highway patrol.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and he pulls up, and he's talking to the record driver, and I'm about to cross the ditch over there with them. Then, and one of the deer to run off. I don't know, shot him in the head, probably just addled him.
Yeah.
Or either the wreck addled him. That deer had a rough night, but anyway, it was a dead deer there. And that fella says, "Well, that boy told me he had a deer in the trunk, that they done run over a deer." And he just put him in the trunk, carry him home, and he went all through that car looking for that gun. There wasn't no gun there.
Wow.
Yeah. So I saved that boy a pretty good ticket, I reckon.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
But I had no idea until that deer ran out of that car, ran out of that trunk. I didn't have no idea that that's what they was doing.
There's CP.
Yeah, he so showed up. He showed up. Yeah, I was talking about him. His ears were burning.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna shut up for a while.
No, we enjoy your stories, Steve.
Mm,
You the catfishing community storyteller.
there you go. Well, here's another one for that day. That Saturday, we
Yeah.
killed 108 rabbits that Saturday.
Good Lord.
All of
108.
them, all of them swamp rabbits.
Yep.
We had to hang them up. We killed. Well, it was five of us hunting, and two of the farm managers on the plantation, and then me and two buddies. It was five of us. And when everybody get five rabbits, we'd hang them all in the tree. We'd hang 25 rabbits in the tree.
Yeah.
Time and come back through in a jeep. One of the men there that we was hunting had got us there. He had a jeep, one of them old army jeep thing. And we come back through and picked up all them rabbits. And when we got back to his shop where the camp was, he had some of his labor to come up there, and we was all cleaning. We was all cleaning rabbits. It was 8 or 9 of us cleaning rabbits,
Wow.
and the game wasn't pulled up.
Yeah.
Oh man, we was in his shop, had the door closed, and heater running. It was in the winter time. It was pretty rough. We was in his shop, man. We had hair flying everywhere, and had tubs of water, to clean them and get them all and clean them up good. And had a big barrel, put the guts in. The game wasn't pulled up out there in front of his shop. Yeah, man.
Wow.
And Mr. Eichert went out there and had it was an old shop, the old timey shop, but had a door to go out, and he went out there, and we could hear him what was going on. And he told that game warden, "Hell no, you ain't going in there. And you get a search warrant, you can go in there." Of course, the game warden ain't got to have no search warrant.
No.
But Mr. Eichert said, "No, you ain't going in there. I don't want you in there." He said, "Well, you got some. What they doing in there?" He said, "There ain't no business what they doing in there. I don't want you in there. We might be." And Mr. Eichert said, "We might be making whiskey." And that game warden said, "This is exactly what game warden said. Well, look, save me about a quart when you get there." And that game warden got his truck in around.
Yeah. Wow.
He said, "We might be making whiskey in there." Boy,
Man.
yeah.
Man.
So that was an eventful weekend.
That reminds me of back when I was young, growing up. We lived in Statesboro, and I'd go out to my buddy's house, and this was back when I was around 12, 13, and we'd go out there. I'd go out to my buddy's house and spend the weekend with him on his farm,
Yeah.
and we'd run irrigation all night long, and we would hunt rabbits at night time.
Yeah.
And we'd load up in the truck.
You wasn't hunting them. You was just killing them.
No, we was hunting them because they ate them for food. They were farm crop shearers.
Shoot, man, I love rabbit.
Yeah, and I love rabbits too, but three of us would get up, stand up in the back of the truck, and we'd driving across them fields, the old fields, where crops were already, and the rabbits would run, and we'd shoot them, pow, pow, and then the driver would stop and pick them up because we'd shoot them ahead of the truck.
Right.
So the driver and the passenger, there was 5 of us all together, the driver and the passenger, and then us 3 in the back shooting over the cab. Well, I was whistling every time I'd see a rabbit. I would whistle, and it would cause the rabbit to pause
A little
long
bit.
enough so I could shoot it. And I was shooting the heck out of some rabbits. And regularly, one of them asked me, said, "Why are you shooting more than we are?" Because if you whistle,
Yeah.
it makes the rabbit stop, pause.
Mm,
It won't stop them all the way, but it makes them pause long enough for you to get the shot off. Try
yeah.
it next time when you rabbit hunting.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You can yell loud at them and they'll stop.
Yeah,
You can scream at them and they'll slow down.
but
Sometimes.
but the game warden was came in the field, and we didn't know if it was the game warden or what, but we seen a pair of headlights coming across the field real
Mm-hmm.
fast, and we all assumed it was the game warden.
You that gun right.
Yeah. So we got down. I threw my gun out the truck, and I got down, and we all three got laid down in the back of the bed of the truck, and all them rabbits back there,
Yeah.
and they chased us down, and we're going across them. Woo, 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 woo.
Crossing the road.
Yeah, and it ended up not being the game warden.
Turtle lady. Yeah, man. Oh, the spam story. Y'all know that story. But I'm gonna tell you, Indiana Chris said something about them cedar waxwings. That's something to see there. Y'all ought to read up on them birds. I got to see it once. I'll never see it again. But boy, my possum haw trees out here are loaded with berries this year, and so is the holly tree right next to them. So I'll have hundreds of cedar waxwings whenever they show up, and I'm gonna try to be here to watch them.
Welcome in, Turtle Lady.
Just watching pass that berry down. I thought that was all bull junk till I saw it I actually saw it happen.
Cedar waxwing birds.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for a bird watcher. I would imagine for a bird watcher, which I guess I used to be a bird watcher. I spent a many hours over on that river doing it. That's something to get to see. Uh, Somebody's seen it because it's in the books, the bird books about it. But I don't know anybody else personally besides myself that has ever seen it. But I've seen it. Vacation from a vacation. Oh, Lord.
Why you wish it? I'm sure coaches done seen a picture of my boat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen it. Well, CP, tell us about the deer that they can't find. I don't know. They
Oh. I can show him that picture.
that ain't that Toyota pickup, is it?
Yeah.
With it,
The one the Buck. Oh man, the one that Buck Williams sent.
with the boat sitting on the bed.
Yeah, yeah. I'd do anything to go fishing.
Yeah. Look, CP's upset with his brother. Kick him out of the hunting club, CP. Tell him he can't go back there no more.
Let's see.
Hey, Dink.
Welcome in, Dink.
Yeah, kick him out of the hunting club, CP. Get Mr. Jesse to kick him out. Now look at him. We got kicked out of part of the place. You can kick him out. You can kick him out of part of the place. Pull rank, CP.
If you don't mind, Steve, I'm gonna show everybody else.
No, man, go ahead. Act like it's your show. I don't care.
But it ain't my show.
It ain't my show either. Look, Melissa's the reason this is going on. So it's her show. Now, who is this down here?
The picture.
Oh, the picture.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun, Chucky.
Y'all see that picture? Do anything to go fishing.
Yeah. Yep. What I do? Remove it?
No, I can just stop it from here.
Oh, okay. Cardinals, yeah, cut down. I don't know, Cardinals. Chris, when I moved here in where I live now in 1994.
Oh wow, yeah, them.
Huh?
No, nothing. Never mind.
I moved here in 1994, and there wasn't nothing in this whole neighborhood. In my part of the neighborhood was 17 years old, and they had cut. There wasn't no trees. There were small trees, and there were some big ones in the back end of the neighborhood, big trees, but not where I live. Nothing. And there wasn't no birds but mockingbirds, and every yard had a pair of mockingbirds, and man, they were thick. And I don't know. I had bird feeders, and I had 2 bird feeders, and no birds. Sparrows. I had a bunch of sparrows, and had a bunch of them house finches, them sparrows with the red chest on them. And had a bunch of them things, but no cardinals whatsoever. And I got a 2-car carport, but I have my boat and I park my truck outside. And the driveway got a back end place where I can pull up and then I could back in. So that's where I parked my truck. And Kay's car was up on the carport. And I don't know what year it was. Had it been 99 or 2000 somewhere, we had a snow. And it was the biggest flakes I've ever seen in Mississippi. Them flakes were big as big as golf ball. And I had a chimenea on the little patio we got here. And it started snowing. We had a Cocker Spaniel at that time.
Right.
And I went out there in the utilities room and got a shovel, and I scooped me out a line to the chimenea. I had some wood, and I built me a fire in the chimenea. And I set 6 cans of 6 12-ounce Budweiser on the picnic table in the snow, and you could barely see the cans. That's how deep the snow was. In a short period of time, no wind whatsoever, and big old flakes. And me and that dog sat out there by that fire. Just focus on your cat. Yeah, that's lucky back there. That's how. And I sat there right outside the bedroom door. Kay wouldn't come out there and sit with us, and I cleaned out a spot and I had a chair there and everything. And me and Buster sat out there by the chimney, and I drank that Bill is right there on that picnic table, just getting up out of the snow. That's how. So when I got up, I went to bed, and when I got up the next morning, I looked up under my truck, was sitting out there at the end of the driveway, and I don't believe you could have put another damn bird up under my truck. It was every kind of bird in the world up under my truck
Wow.
because it was snow that deep everywhere, everywhere. So I went in the utility room and got a pot and the two big old scoops of bird seed and went out there and threw it up under my truck because there wasn't no snow under there. And some of those birds didn't do nothing but fly out and fly right back on it because it was cold as a well digger.
Yeah.
And and it was dry up under there, and the snow hadn't started melting, and it was dry. And I got to looking, and it was the best I could count. It was 8 pair of redbirds in the mix up under that truck, and all of them eating that seed. It was like working live up on that truck,
Yeah.
and they could barely get in there because of the snow. So I
Oh,
said,
wow.
hell, I went out there and went back and got this scoop, the shovel, and I went out there and threw all that snow off the side of the driveway where them birds could get up on that truck good. And that brought that many more birds.
More, more bird.
And so I go and put another scoop up on there, and from that day on to right now, we've had red birds all over this. From that day on,
Right.
they nest in our little shrubs. They raise little ones, and there's cardinals going and coming all the time
Right.
here.
Yeah.
But they came from the woods, I guess. Back then, with some woods on back across the field over there.
Right.
Uh, I guess they came out of the woods looking for something to eat because it was all covered in snow.
Yeah, that's what mine and Melissa's backyard is. We have all kinds of birds. I mean, every type of bird considerable.
You ever tried to ID any of them with a book or anything with a pair of binoculars?
Yeah, I already know what they all are.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we have cardinals, redbirds, blue jays, mockingbirds, blackbirds, even crows.
Yeah.
Let's see, hummingbirds, brown thrashers.
Yeah.
Uh,
You got the same. You got the same birds we got here, I imagine. But you get some shorebirds too up there, I reckon.
yeah, every once in a while we'll have some what we call cowbirds. Those little white birds that hang around in cow. We got killdees.
Yeah.
Uh,
You see what Turtle Lady wrote up there?
let's see.
She survived 3 days on a mountain eating nothing but snow.
Good Lord.
Yeah, I'd say. I'd say that's right.
Wow.
If snow stayed on the ground 3 days here, I couldn't survive.
No way. No. I would like it to snow really hard down here where I'm at for 2 days.
And it'd be gone, completely gone on the third day.
Third day, yep.
Yeah, we shut down. Mississippi shuts down when it snowed. The whole state,
Yeah.
1 inch of snow, shut down. No, I don't want. No, I couldn't survive in that kind of
Man,
temperature.
It was 81 here 2 days ago. Indiana Chris. Oh man.
That reminds me, she was in a farmhouse, an abandoned farmhouse. We went over two counties. Let's see, two counties over to a big feed one night at a farm shop. Big. This back in the 70s. We was gambling and eating chitlins and having a big time. Eating had a big stew. There's about 50 folks there. They had more than that, probably 60. And boy, I was riding with. I didn't. They had a table set up with nothing but fists of Jack Daniels on it, and cups and sprites and ice and
Yeah.
well anyway. I'm a beer drinker.
Welcome in, Valerie.
Hey Valerie, and I done got to drinking that free Jack Daniels, and I think I got a little bit tipsy maybe. But on the way home, and it was cold. Good gracious, it was cold. I'll never forget how cold it was. I smoked back in the days. I actually bought cigarettes back in the day. And I had to go. We was on the way back. It was way over in the morning, and on the way back home, back road. And we were the first ones to leave, me and the boy I was riding with. And I told him, I said, man, I got to go to the bathroom. He said, man, you all right? I said, man, I got to go to the bathroom. He said, if I let you out, if I stop, I'm going to leave you standing there. I said, I can't help it. I got to go to the bathroom. And so he stopped, and I was standing there by the back wheel of the truck, and that scoundrel drove off and left me standing there.
With your wank in your hand, huh?
I was standing there in the middle of blacked out road, and I just stood there. I said, well, he ain't going to back up. But hell, he would left. I said, dadgummit. So I started walking. And the further I walked, the colder I got. And I looked over there, and there was an old house sitting over there right off the road. Just thousands of abandoned old houses here back in the day. So I said, man, I got to build a fire. So I walked over there and went up on that old porch of that old house and went inside. Had some old newspapers and stuff there for wallpaper and this and that. And I tore that stuff down. I put it right there on that wood floor. And I lit me a fire. And the next thing I know, I'm running down that highway to get away from that. I done burnt that whole house down. And then I got scared. So I done burnt somebody's. Oh, it didn't nobody. They didn't even have no windows in the place. And so vehicles started showing up, and I didn't know if it was them people that were the mother guys going back to my hometown or what. So I hid. And they all where the roads got vacant again, and I started walking. And I was 21 miles from home. And I'm walking, and I see a set of headlights. I done walked 4 or 5 miles. I done crossed the Sunflower River. I was back in the county I lived in.
Yeah.
And freezing to death, scared to death, and then sobered up, I can guarantee you that. And I was walking across the Sunflower River Bridge, and I could see headlights coming from my hometown. I said, well, I ain't hiding no more. And I just kept walking and pulled out. And it was Charles, the boy that done run off and left me. They done all met up somewhere in Shelby. And I wasn't in nobody's vehicle. Well, he thought they'd pick me up, but he didn't count on me getting freezing to death and setting that house on fire. That's all they could talk about. Oh, he didn't burn up in that house we saw. He said that's bound to have been Adams when nobody else think about building a fire. And man, boy, you talking about a miserable night. Oh, man. And I had a little old light jacket on, didn't even have on no big coat. I had some rough times. I ain't thought about that in a long time.
Yeah.
In fact, that's the first time I thought about that in years. I sure burnt that man's house down. I can remember how cold I was.
What's
Yeah,
your name, Giggy Billy there?
hey, Gig. Yeah, Gig.
Wow.
Yeah, we used to have some good times back when I was at home.
Yeah.
In big farm shops, get them big feeds at them big farm shops.
Yep.
Have folks from all over the country. We rented a country club one time. Rented a country club and put on a rabbit feed.
What?
Yeah, there's a recipe. The town I grew up in was about 30% Italian, maybe 40. And there ain't no cooking like Italian cooking. The only
Yeah.
thing, in my opinion, the only thing that can rival it is Cajun cooking.
Yep.
But I love Italian cooking, and them men and women could do it. And me and Charles, this boy that left me standing on the side of the road that night, we hunted together quite a bit, frog hunting, that kind of stuff. And he Charles 3 or 4 years older than I am, but anyway, he said he told me one day, he said, "Man, I sure wish we could get a hold of a couple of rabbits. I'd like to cook a patakia." I said, "What is that?" He said, "It's just a way that Mama used to cook rabbits."
Yeah.
I said, "Well, I'll get us a couple of rabbits." So I did, and we went to his house and we cooked them 2 rabbits. And look at him, man! And it's a real simple recipe and how you cook it. It's really simple. It's a whole lot of you heard of chicken something chicken cacciatore.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, it's in that family of seasoning, and it's not cacciatore, but it's in that family.
Family. Yeah.
And man, them rabbits was good. I mean, it was just I don't even know how to explain how good they are. So I went and got us some more rabbits, and we did it again. That time we had 4 or 5 people there and cooking them. And I helped cook them this time because I didn't watch him do it the other time. And everybody's raving over them rabbits. So we got a hold of about 10 or 12 rabbits one time, and we cooked them up at the service station in town where we all hung out, all the farmers hung out.
Right.
And we cooked them rabbits up there. And these boys from this county where I was talking about, where I got left standing on the side of the road, there's a couple of them was over there. And they said, "Man, they had never tasted nothing like that." And they said, "Look at him. This is an idea. If we can get up a bunch of rabbits, we ought to have us a show enough feed like a bunch of folks." And I said, "Man, where are we going to get that many rabbits?" He said, "Rabbits." I said, "Rabbits ain't no problem." I said, "How many rabbits y'all want?" And I said, "Charles, what do you think?" He said, "Yeah, man, we'll have a party." Them boys brought us, listen to this now. Them boys brought us, wrapped in freezer paper, 100 rabbits.
Oh, wow. Woo.
Clean dressed rabbits, and no heads on none of them.
Mm.
And not a single bullet hole in them.
Mm.
They done shot every one of them at night with a 22 rifle.
Wow.
So we said, "Man, we're 100 rabbits. We can feed close to 100 people because it's real. Hey, real virtual. It's a real rich recipe to the food.
Yeah.
I mean, I couldn't eat a whole rabbit. And this back when my younger, in my 20s, when I could eat a bunch of food. I couldn't
Right.
eat a whole rabbit. So we could feed 100 people. All right. And so these big rabbits. So, now where are we going to have this thing? So we had a committee. There was 4 or 5 of us together. And we said, well, what if we rent the country club and have a rabbit feed? And they said, well, I mean, you can rent the country club. We was all members of the country club. So we rented the country club.
Right.
I forgot how much it cost, and we charged $5 a head. That's $500. We that's $500, and we furnished. I don't know. I've seen it me like we bought 3 cases of Jack Daniels and 5 or 10 cases of beer, and I don't know how many sacks of potatoes we bought, and the man that owns the grocery store donated a bunch of stuff for his $5.
Wow.
So we had all kind of money,
Yeah.
and whatever money we didn't need, I mean we didn't use, we bought alcohol with it,
Yeah. Right.
and that's paper plates and bought spoons and forks. And man, we started cooking them rabbits at dinner time. The thing didn't start till 6 o'clock. And there's 5 or 6 of us out there doing all them rabbits. We had to butcher them up and do all that. They was already clean. I mean, the boy did a great job cleaning. And we fed 100 people rabbits. And there was not one single bone left in the pot. They ate up all the damn rabbits.
Goodness gracious.
I peeled potatoes for I don't know how long. We made mashed potatoes. I don't know how many bushels of, I don't know how many sacks of potatoes we peeled and made live real mashed potatoes.
Real mashed potatoes.
Oh, see, it's gravy comes with this stuff.
Yeah.
But you cook these rabbits, there's a bunch of gravy, so you got gravy on your back, and in the rabbit. And then we made a salad. We had rabbit, potatoes, and a big old Italian salad with that vinegar and oil. The way they can make it, they can mix. We can't do it. They can't.
Yeah. Right.
I ain't never learned how to do it, and I done mixed it 1,000 times, and it still tastes the same. We had 3 big old wash tubs of salad with lettuce and spinach and tomatoes and onions and all that in it. Man, we put on a feed.
Right.
There was folks in road ditches for 2 days. But we used to, that's the way I grew up. That's the kind of stuff we used to do. We had a coon supper one time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been at that one.
Oh man. We started early in the morning, me and one guy. I think we butchered. Well, I furnished all the coons. And I don't know how many we fed. 40, I reckon we had 40 coons. And he was a cook. He did all the cooking. I just did what he told me to do. There's barbecue. And it was good too.
Yeah. People say the coons are good. But
you just gotta get them musk out of them, and
yeah,
you gotta tenderize them. You gotta get them good and tender, and you gotta steam them for an hour. You steam them in shallow water with onions and garlic. Just steam them with a cover over them. Just steam them, and that tenderizes them. It's not parboiling them; it's steaming.
Yeah.
And then you take them and put them on the grill and grill them. They're good. Man,
that's what that fella did with that coon the other day. I gave him.
He steamed it on with seasoning.
Yeah, and then he barbecued it.
Yeah, that's the way I like them like that now. I like them.
Yeah.
And we did a whole hog one time.
Oh, I've done plenty of whole hogs.
Yeah, yeah, we put him on the fattening, bought the hog and put him on the fattening floor for 2 weeks and fed him ground up corn.
Yeah.
And but we sold them tickets for $5 a piece, and we sold 50 tickets. And out of that 50, for that $250, now that's how much money we had.
Right.
We had a whole hog, dug a hole in the ground and rolled him, put him on a thing and turned him for
Right.
12, 14 hours, taking turns. We had two kegs of beer.
Wow.
I don't know how many cases in tubs, iced down, all different flavors. We had Boston butts, a whole big old rack full of Boston butts, and
Wow.
had all them tubs of salad and boiled corn on the cob.
Corn on cob, yeah.
And we didn't have potatoes. We didn't do potatoes and all that. We had corn, salad, and meat. And that thing lasted 18 hours, 19 hours. It was folks didn't make it home from that till Sunday evening. And this was on a Saturday. And we wasn't but a mile and a half from downtown.
Wow.
They was laid out up there, laid in. We was out at a farm shop.
I'll be back I'll be back real quick.
Yeah, buddy. No rabbit. No, rabbit's good groceries. Yeah, they are. I couldn't eat a pet rabbit or tame rabbit. I never eaten a tame rabbit. Well, I guess I have in a restaurant before, one time. My favorite food of all the wild game, though, was rabbits. Well, they will cry. But you know, we don't have rabbits anymore. Fire ants and cows taking care of that. Fire ants and cows. Yeah, there you go, Valerie. Yeah, I passed all that shooting stuff. I shoot sparrows and blackbirds out here with my pellet rifle on my where my purple martin's supposed to be roosting. Don't shoot anything anymore. I'm gonna put this link back here in case anybody wants to come up here. Anybody else? 13. I got a Gammo. Is that right? Gammo Shadow. Let's put it there he is. All right, everybody wants some jigs. Here he is.
What's going on?
I done sold a bunch of jigs for you, man.
Yeah, I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
You know, I told Brian B last night that all jigs was gonna mail in the year 2065.
I saw that. Yeah, the folks been carrying you high on them jigs, man.
Yeah, boy.
It have made you famous. Now, what happened there? I heard another blink. Oh, there's somebody.
I did too.
Down here at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Turtle. cut your other device. You get it turned off, Turtle Lady?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. We hear you. Hi, welcome up.
Where's my picture? Where's my turtle?
Where's who?
My turtle picture. It's not there.
It have to be on your end.
I am so bad with technology.
It
I
has,
have no idea even
look,
how to
look where it says stop cam.
cam. Yeah. So
Click on that and see what happens. There you go.
no,
Oh,
see, it puts me on like, and I can't. I have my face mask on for my night sleep. I
oh,
look like the character from Scream.
okay. Okay. I don't know. Well, yeah, tell us about being on the mountain and eating snow for 3 days. Now that's
Okay, so I was dating this guy named Jerry, and I was like in my early 20s, and he's like, yeah, come up to my farmhouse and all this. And I was like, just started being a nurse, and I was working with someone that knew him. So honestly, you want to know the truth? You want to know
sure.
the truth? I wouldn't do stuff with him. So he got mad.
Uh-oh.
He left me up at his house, and his house was at the bottom of the mountain. And it was me and my dog. And we had a blizzard coming through, snowstorm, everything. And he left me up there to fend for myself. And 2 days later, he came up. Somehow, I don't even know. It was like, I don't even know how he made it up. And I literally had to melt snow and make a fire in the farmhouse. There was no heat in it. He hit me, did a lot of crap to me. And then he left. So I was there another night. I had no access to nothing. So like literally, I took my dog and me and we went down the mountain, and it took a long time. And then when I got to a main street, I had someone help me, and yeah.
Damn, girl.
Yeah.
Damn.
Wow. You press charges?
Huh?
Did you press charges against him?
No, I don't do that. I believe in karma. And he got
Yeah.
his, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like, you're put in situations. I killed a squirrel, because I had to eat something. It was like 2 days, and all I had was snow to melt. So yeah, I did.
Lord have mercy. Now that beats any story I got.
It was just a direct kill. It wasn't even that bad. I had matches with me, and I had, enough matches, thank God, in the lighter because I'm a smoker. So,
Yeah.
I could start a fire. It sucked when I ran out of cigarettes. So
Yeah. Well,
it was like, what am I going to do?
yeah.
Hey, Troy, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I love black and red. I love that on you.
This?
Your shirt. I like it.
Well, I bought several of these. Problem is I can't get no other colors.
Why not?
They ain't got 'em.
I'll be right back.
Okay. You're looking
Welcome
good.
in, Troy. Welcome in, Turtle Lady.
Thank you.
Hawgleg. You scared the hell out of us. Thank you.
How?
Hawgleg.
Why?
Your heart.
Oh.
I was worried about you.
Well,
Say, Hawgleg,
yes, sir.
did you get that email I sent you where they had them pouches on sale that you like?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, man.
Yeah, anytime.
I get coupons from that place every now and again.
Well, I ordered my stuff from there, and they always send an email, and that's one of the things that they been pushing. So
Yeah. 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 I do these things all the time now.
I know it. I know it.
What is
Missy,
that?
it's
It's
nicotine pouches.
nicotine pouches.
No,
Oh, all
no
right.
tobacco, just nicotine.
All right. So I'm trying to quit smoking right now. And it's been a battle for me. And you know what? If Stan doesn't quit smoking right now, it's going to kill him.
Well, I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice, okay? Don't start vaping to quit smoking because it don't work.
Oh, Lord, I'm vaping. Yeah. All right.
These things right here, they're little bitty pouches, no tobacco in them at all.
Where do you get them from? Your doctor?
No, you can get them just about anywhere now.
You can get them in a gas station or anything.
Any gas station, or you can get them in 2, 4, 8 milligrams. I think 2, 4,
All right.
2, 4, 6,
Well,
8.
here's what I want to know. Missy Kennedy's supposed to be tying Dustin some jigs to catch bait with, and she's up here talking about me making jigs.
Oh, hi, Missy. It's been a while. How are you? How you doing, girl? Why is not my picture it? Jesus, I should just do like a selfie here with my mask on.
I had the same problem when I vaped. I coughed. I coughed all the time.
Yeah, coughing is bad with vaping.
Yeah.
One of y'all get that. Well, I vaped since 2012 until I quit. What, bro?
Yeah,
4 or 5 months ago.
you was having trouble breathing too, wasn't you?
Yep.
I
Well, that's
heard,
popcorn lung.
Hey,
I
Robert
heard-
C.
I heard you say that. That's the reason why you quit. And I had the same problem, and I coughed all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, Bug Man.
Welcome in, Robin C.
I didn't quit smoking. I just quit buying.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Who in the
Hell
world?
yeah.
They're so high now. I happened to glance up there the other day, and I seen Marlboros on for $90 a carton. Good God, I used to buy them for $18 a carton.
Yeah, I did too.
Wow, where?
Back
Well,
in the day.
that was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to tell you
We
what I
go
used
back
to
30
buy.
years.
I wouldn't want to tell y'all what I used to buy a carton of Marlboro for.
How much?
Well, the first carton of cigarettes I ever bought, cigarettes is 25 cents a pack.
Oh yeah, I can remember. I remember
I remember
dad.
$1.37. Benson had just deluxe ultra lights my dad used to smoke.
Yeah.
I can remember back in the day when my dad used to send me into a convenience store,
Sure.
buy him a pack of Salem 100s, and they were 50 cents a pack.
Yeah.
Well, look at here. I remember when there wasn't no such thing as a convenience store. So
True story.
I'm costing Alvin Lewis money by not making jigs.
you sure are, because
Alvin Lewis, you need to go on to bed. It's past your bedtime.
he's your distribution. He's your distribution center,
He
man.
thinks he is. He thinks he's my manager, but I got news for Alvin Lewis.
There you go, Valerie. Valerie must be close to my age. Valerie, I don't want to know how old you are because you're a lady, and I don't want to ask. But I'm 75, so we in that pretty close.
You're 75? My dad just turned 73.
Yeah, gigability. You know, when I figured I had a problem, I was always holding my vape right here in my hand. One night, one night somebody they thought it was my microphone.
Yeah, no self. That's right. All full service.
Hawgleg, do you know how many hours that I have spent watching you smoke that vape and pull at your
Yeah.
beard, listening to y'all talk?
Yeah,
Tell him,
hey,
Troy. Even when I first watched Hawgleg, I'm like, what's he got there? It's a vape. It's a vape. You know, like he was just like, I don't know. I could just tell.
Hey, and I still got.
Oh, I have. I've been on it for a long time.
And it's still charged. Look,
Oh my God, I have the same one. That is the same vape. I have one. I have many vapes, but that is, yep.
Gas was 72 cents a gallon. Get out of here, Chris. I bought gas for 24 cents a gallon when I got my driver's license.
Yeah,
I
but
didn't think,
but
I
those
didn't think
vapes don't
about
have the same carcinogens as a cigarette does. A cigarette has embalming fluid and all this crap. You know, like a vape
right.
has 3 ingredients.
I didn't
Yeah.
know a mule took gas, Steve.
That's one thing I never ridden on was a mule. Ridden on a horse a little bit. I'm scared to death of them damn animals.
Yeah, one of my first vehicles. Well, my very first vehicle was a 1977 Datsun pickup truck.
Little old bitty truck.
Little bitty truck, and $5 would fill it up.
And you could ride forever.
Yep.
Hey, let me ask you this, Hog. Did you ever, I don't know what year that was, but it had to have been after 69 because that's when I got married. And my wife's uncle bought a brand new Datsun pickup.
Yep.
And kept burning the motors up in it.
Wow.
The motors, you get about 12, 15 miles, and the motors lock up.
Daggone.
Yeah, he lived in a pretty good sized town up there, up north part of the Delta, Clarksdale. And on the third motor, they finally figured out what had happened. Some sort of way when they made them engines, and they put the oil filters, the oil wasn't circulating through the oil filter.
Oh, goodness
Oh my
gracious. Oh my goodness.
And that particular store, the dealership there in Clarksdale, they had them Datsun pickups out there. Every one of them they sold was sitting out there waiting on another motor.
Well, it took
Daggone.
them 3 voters to figure that out. Somebody ain't very smart.
3?
I know it. But Datsun was putting new motors in them, and it wasn't but so many motors available, and some of them vehicles are just sitting there waiting on the boat to get over, with
Yeah.
another load of motors.
Wow.
But they had a certain lot number, I guess that's what you call it, of Datsun pickups that they didn't drill out where the oil
Yeah.
it wasn't. And motors, the oil wouldn't circulate. It was just sitting there running around and around in the oil pan
Wow.
and burning the motors up in 10 miles.
Alvin Lewis, ain't no way in the world that you even close to 17. You need to put 77 in there, not 17.
I saw my name up there. What is that?
Something.
Brotherman Coach, he didn't know he needed the shift. Oh, no, it wasn't. It wasn't his fault. It was the manufacturer. I don't know if that would happen today or not. I don't know. I tell you,
Bugman, yeah, the rivers versus the Battle of the Rivers.
is that
James
tomorrow?
River, right? Hog Lake. Is it James and
Yeah, the James in Tennessee.
Yep.
It starts at 9, I think.
Oh shit. Yeah, tomorrow morning, right?
I think Missy was down in the basement.
Who?
Try
Oh,
it again,
Missy.
Miss Kennedy.
Come on,
Missy.
come on up.
Missy
Ain't
was
no-
down in the basement.
I
Let's
don't
talk
see-
about
She ain't down there now. She left. Said it's too cold.
yeah.
All you gotta do is come back. I'll put you up here. I was maybe I don't know. I didn't see
Come on
it.
up here and show us that jig you made.
I
Where the
bought
heck is
a.
my picture?
I bought a suit.
Maybe Alvin Lewis will like yours better than mine. He'll get off my back.
I think it's at 9, and I think it's going to be hit on Muskrat's channel.
Is it muskrat? I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah.
I bought a
I haven't been
70,
able to keep up with stuff lately. So,
I bought a new 1972 Chevrolet pickup when I was farming, and it had 7,000 miles on it. And I was riding through the field down the turn roads on the farm one afternoon, and the front wheels on it went spread out.
And
Tie rods coming loose. Just
there
thank
she
goodness.
is.
There she is. Just thank goodness I was going 10, 12 miles an hour.
hey, Missy.
And you know, when the
What's
tie
up?
rods come loose, the wheels would go out or come in, whichever way, but they
Right.
usually move out.
Right.
I done walked right there and looked, and I said, "What in the hell?" So I crawled up on the front end, and I saw what had happened, and I pulled them together and jammed the tie rod back up in there. I had some, wrench out of the toolbox, and I tightened it down as good as I could, and I got back to the shop with it. And just as I got to my shop, they come apart again. I said, "Lord have mercy." So I had to drive a tractor 13 miles home.
Holy shit.
Yeah, we didn't have radios and stuff at that time.
No communication.
Yeah, no. And I lived 13. I farmed 13 miles from home. So I drove a tractor home and went up to the Chevrolet place the next morning, carried my wife to work, and I had the car. And I went up to the Chevrolet place and told them what had happened. And they said, "Well, we'll have to try to," and there was none available. So I said, "None available?" And they said, "No, there's none available." So I said, "Well, what am I going to do?" And they said, "Well, I guess wait till they're available." I said, "Man,
No.
I'm trying to farm. I'm trying to make a crop. I can't wait."
Right.
Well, Steve, what you want us to do? I said, "Well, give me something to ride in." Well, this is back in this. They didn't do that kind of stuff in them days.
Right.
Oh.
And now you get a vehicle. You know how it is now. And
Oh, sure. Times has changed, like times have changed.
Yeah, I said, "Well, are y'all gonna make me go out there and steal one off one of them new trucks sitting on the lot?" I said, "No, you can't do that. We'll put you in jail." And I told him, I said, "Well, all I can tell you is that y'all have sold me 2 vehicles when y'all sold me the Chevrolet truck, the first one and the last one."
Yep.
So I walked down the street to the parts house. That's what we call them, where you buy parts,
Right.
And I went in there, and Wilbur, man, run the place. I said, "Wilbur," I said, "You got a tie rod in for that 72 Chevrolet I got?" He got in his book, and he said, "They're not available, Steve. You having trouble?" I said, "Man, my trucks are not, son. I had to go home on a tractor last night." He said, "Do what?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, look." He said, "Get somebody to carry you out there and get the tie rod and bring it up here, and let's see what I got. Maybe we can match it up with something, So one of my buddies there carried me out there, and we got up under there, and I drove the tractor back home. Back to the shop, and he come on out there, and we got the tie rod, and man, did nothing nowhere close to matching. I was going to have to change the whole front end, all the, what do you call them, rock arms? What do you call all that, Hawgleg?
Yeah. The
What,
whole
the front end? Because I
linkage
used to
under
drive
there.
a demolition
All that.
derby.
I was going to change everything under there, which
The whole under frame or unibody or what?
the whole steering, even the,
Yeah.
Steering linkages.
I was going to have to tear a hole in my damn,
Yeah, it was done then.
to
Yeah.
put a new steering wheel stuff. And I said, "Man, I can't do that to a brand new truck." So I went and bought. I didn't go buy. I had a '49 Ford truck that I bought for $95 when I was in college.
Right.
It was sitting up over there at my mom and daddy's house.
The best vehicles you buy are the cheap ones. They last forever.
Yeah. So I went over there and I put a new battery in it, and You finally got that thing cranked. Man, now look here. You talking about that truck sat out there for almost 3 months. That brand new truck sat out there under a cottonwood tree at my shop for almost 3 months before Perfect Circle. You know the company I'm talking about, Perfect Circle?
Yeah, I
They
remember.
were the first ones to make an aftermarket tie rod for that truck.
Yeah, I remember them.
You remember Perfect? I don't even know if they still in business anymore, but
I don't
Perfect
even know
Circle.
if they are either.
And that truck was so bad.
Welcome back, Troy.
That truck was so bad about spitting them tie rod ends out that I had to carry 2 extras in my truck.
Oh wow.
I never drove that truck over 30 miles an hour.
Damn.
Anywhere I went, I drove 30 miles
That's
an hour.
when you should have got you a drill
Yeah.
and drilled a hole through the.
That's exactly right. I know that
Yeah.
now.
Hawgleg is actually
Yeah.
right about that. Yep.
And put a cotter pin in it.
He
That's
knows
what
his
That
shit.
way the nut wouldn't back off of it.
Yep.
That's exactly what I should have done. But that thing, they would spit them tie rods and them wheels would go out. Hell, and as soon as I got that 72 crop to the gym,
You went and traded that joker off.
You went
I,
cray cray, cray cray. Missy, are you still here?
and
Oh, she
you know
muted
it
us.
was. I went broke farming in '76.
She's
This
mad at me.
70, this in '72, and I was at my first job after I went broke farming
Oh, she left. See what I mean? That's what I'm
in
talking about.
'77 or '78. And Chevrolet come out with a recall on the tie rod ends on 72 Chevrolet pickups.
Took that many years.
Can I
I
just
mean,
say something?
yeah,
I just want everyone to know, like, if anyone in this whole community has any issue with me, it doesn't matter what it is, or say that I don't answer you or a text or a message. When I'm with my family and you message me and I'm not ignoring you. I don't like people that bring my kids into me not answering messages. So if somebody, well, I'm not saying
who
you
you
have a
talking
problem
about?
with me, then talk to me.
She's not mad at you. She said it. No, I ain't turtles.
Who you
No,
talking?
she's mad at me because I've already gone through it, and I wish that she would not, think that I'm a bad person. I was just spending time with my son, and I couldn't be there for her. It had nothing to do with anything.
I don't know what y'all talking about, but let's
Oh,
don't get it. Let's just everybody be happy. Be
yeah,
happy.
exactly. Thank you. Don't worry. Be happy.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
That's right, Indiana
but you know
Jones.
what I'm thinking about that truck, and I never read any more about it.
he's so about the job.
I wonder how many people got killed
Yeah, really.
because
Well,
everybody
yeah, when
don't.
you think about it, yes, you're right.
Somebody lives on interstates and this and that and the other back in them
Yeah.
days. And somebody, it's a. I, but
Good night, Bug Man.
I never got in a what do they call them community lawsuits where
Well,
they
you know what? I think a lot of us agree upon, maybe some other don't, but like they don't make vehicles like they used to. The vehicles today aren't even safe. Like what, 8 airbags and all this crap, and not, saving people or helping people. Older vehicles are well more built, and we can work at that. We can work on them, you know?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Missy,
Yeah.
I was just talking about you. I miss you.
I can't. I'm having some kind of issues here. I don't know. It's like crazy.
What?
This thing is kicking me out, and it's just
Well, you need to message me about what's going on between you and I, and then yeah,
no, there ain't nothing going on. I've been busy. I've been making flowers. I had to go
the
decorate my
message
dad.
about my kid. You should have not deleted it, and then messages. When I said, "What did you mean?"
Huh? I didn't delete
Yes, you
anything.
did. You deleted it,
Hey,
and I said, "What did
let's
you
not,
say?"
let's not.
Where?
Whoa.
On the
Hey,
messenger. You
ladies,
deleted it. It had to
ladies,
do with my son when I was in South Carolina.
ladies.
I'm like,
This
Missy,
ain't
what's
the
up?
place to handle it.
So
No.
that's all.
y'all.
I just
Well-
wanted you to respond back to what I said.
Let's me. I didn't. If I deleted it, I didn't mean to. I'm telling you that.
Ladies,
If I have an issue,
ladies,
I will.
ladies,
I will
ladies,
solve
ladies,
it.
ladies, ladies. Hey, time out, y'all. This ain't the
Please.
place to handle it.
No, we're just talking because the first time
Okay.
I talked to her since that. No, we're still on the same team. She's my Missy. It's just like, she got me mad and I'm over it. She knows I love her.
I haven't talked to anybody much at all.
Why not?
I just haven't. I haven't asked Hawgleg. Hawgleg, have I been in your channel?
No.
Oh, I see you all over everywhere, Missy.
You come in
Yeah,
every once in a
I
while,
mean,
but
we love you
just-
and we love you. You're like part of our tribe.
No,
And I
here's the
get upset
thing.
when I don't get to talk to you when I'm away.
No, that's not it.
What
I
is it?
backed away. I backed away because my dad passed away the 28th of November, and I stayed away, and I just had to deal with some stuff on my own.
But what
You know
what
what I'm
did you say about my son?
I didn't say anything about your son. I don't know
I
where
saw
you're
your
getting
message.
at. What?
And then
No,
you
you
deleted
didn't.
the
Obviously,
other part.
obviously you didn't, because I didn't say anything.
You're right. I didn't open the whole thing, but it had to do with my Marine, my son, and I was upset about that.
I
See you,
didn't see
Buckman.
anything.
You probably
I'm
don't want to
telling you.
listen.
Yes, you
bud.
did.
Hold up, bud.
Whatever.
Who believe? I'm just saying. No, I know what you said, but I'm not going to bring it up in this conversation
That's fine.
when you want to tell me what it is. Then tell
We
me.
can get off of here and we can call talkie kisses. That's what you want to do.
I'll call you tomorrow because I'm going to sleep. But I still want to know what the hell that meant. That's all I'm asking.
I didn't say anything. It didn't do anything. So there you go.
Well, I want to know what that message was about.
I don't know what message you're talking about.
The message that you sent me when I was in South Carolina, I guess your son, whatever, and I picked up the whole front of it, and I told you I couldn't respond to the chat.
No.
Hey,
You-
ladies,
I was there.
ladies,
Whatever.
this ain't the board's nest. So this is Steve Adams' channel.
No,
Hello.
so if you have a problem with me, just
They
tell me.
ain't bothering me. They'll get it settled. Let them air it out. Hell, let them air it out.
All right, gentlemen, we're gonna get it settled out right here. So, what problem do you have?
Let me see what you're talking about, because first of all, I didn't just say anything about
If
your
you
son.
can go back and re-look what you sent to me, and it was offensive.
Well, let me go look, honey. Let me go
Okay,
look,
go
'cause
look.
I damn sure ain't afraid.
Go look, honey. Because I'm all about my family and spending time with my kids.
And I am too. And I haven't said anything. My
But
family.
you were mad at me for not being.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
You're wrong.
Missy, I'm not wrong on anything. 'Cause
Right?
I won't
Yeah,
get into
you
all
are. Let me go see. What
All right,
what are
go
you
through it
talking
because
about?
you deleted it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go through it.
I deleted what? What did I delete? Let me go find it.
About my son. I guess your son took you whatever out of the whole thing, the whole challenge coming up with the women and all this shit. And I'm like, wait,
I promise you right now, if somebody sent you that was not me.
It was from your personal messenger.
And I got hacked the other day. First of all.
Oh, now you're hacked. Everyone uses
No, I got hacked. Go read my post on my wall. I put on there, I got hacked. If you
if you were hacked, why did they delete it?
You tell me.
Missy, I don't have anything hostility
Whatever.
against you at all. I think it's
I don't
a beautiful
either.
thing.
I don't either. I don't either.
But I won't put up with drama when someone says something
Well, I'm
about
not
my
being-
child.
I'm not causing no drama, first of all.
Well, I got your messages, and I have them saved.
Okay, well, I have it right here too, honey.
I do too, honey. And I'm sorry that you feel the way you do, but I just have to, I try my best to get along with everybody. And I feel like there's a lot more.
Tell me what I was supposed to have said about your son. Tell me.
Yeah, you were mad because I wasn't available to go into
No,
chat
I
and all
wasn't mad either. First of all.
Yeah, you were because you
why
said,
was I mad?
How much
honey,
more
why?
time are you going to be with your son? I got that message.
Hey,
Sorry.
girl. Hey, ladies,
Whatever.
Yeah.
why don't y'all? Now, this is just from innocent bystander. Why don't y'all swap telephone numbers
We
We
already
did
got
that.
numbers.
We did that once.
and go on and settle this privately and let us go ahead with our bullshit session?
We could do that.
I wish you would. It would, because
Wait,
really,
Hawgleg, is that gonna work?
huh?
Because Melissa is like my friend too, and she's watching, and like I want to, we just want people to know what's going on. It's not just between me and her; it's between tournaments and shit that's gonna happen.
Well, y'all go ahead and call one another and hash it out on the telephone and
I'm not doing that. I'm too tired. Missy, don't even call me tonight. I'm too tired.
all right. Well, look here. Y'all please either leave
Tell
or
her to leave.
stay and drop it.
I was here
No,
first.
really. I
Tell her
mean,
to leave.
really, we don't we let y'all go for about 5 or 10 minutes, and that's
Yeah,
enough.
let her leave. I was here before her, and now she's going to come up because she knew I was on here and then come at me. Let her leave.
I didn't come at you. First of all, I
Yeah,
was
you always
trying
you
to
always
show
know who I'm
Trey my
talking to.
jig.
You always know who I'm talking to. That's another issue. Let me talk to these
Whatever.
fine gentlemen and just go.
I ain't going nowhere.
I'll deal with you tomorrow.
You deal with me.
Then hang up.
No?
Oh no. Okay.
Look here, ladies. Y'all just don't talk to each other, okay? For tonight.
No, I'm not going to stay up here. I was here first. Hawgleg, No. It's all right. I can show you stuff, but I don't like to do that. But
Bugman,
Buttman, who's Buttman?
Bugman.
Bugman, help me out here. Do you have my vote? Like, come on, like, let her go. I didn't do it. I was here first. I knew she was gonna pop up because she's been popping up every other goddamn time, trying to start shit.
Tanya, or Angela, I have not.
Yeah,
I
you
haven't
are.
said
What about
nothing.
my son?
Whatever.
You made a remark about my son,
I did
my
not.
Marine. Yeah, you did.
Come
No,
on,
My
I did
son,
not.
my
no.
son served 5 years in the Marine Corps, and I spent time with him. And you're like, you need to get back to what's important about your rules on the freaking Channel Cat tournament.
No.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
blew away a lot of people and try to, whatever.
Alvin loses.
No, you're on your own. You
Lewis
can do
says,
your own
Steve,
thing.
this is the most excitement on your
I'm
channel
doing
in a
my own
while.
thing. I'm my own person. I don't need no backup or nothing.
I'm trying to get Troy over here in the middle of it,
Troy, help me.
and I don't know how to do it.
Troy,
The hell you say? You better leave me
I
right where I'm
already
at.
beat you on the women's tournament. I beat you and all those 6 other women. So why do you even want to mess with me anyway?
Who?
You, I
Me?
beat
I don't
you.
want to
I
do
beat
that,
all them
Beverly.
women out
I
there.
don't.
You
I
have
just,
you have one lucky day.
no,
I
I
have
don't want
one lucky day, girl. You should fish with me a lot
Y'all don't worry about me.
longer. Actually, you should come noodling turtles with me too.
I'm enjoying it, but I want to talk about metal detecting us or catching the
We could do
possum,
measurements on fish. I'm on my show.
catching the possum
Have
by
it
the
for
tail or something.
Sunday. Write down all your biggest fish. Let's see what we got.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah, we'll do that. I don't trust you no more.
Oh no, I don't deal with that. But, so that's
I
fine
don't
too.
really give 2 fucking shits. I don't need that crap.
So, on a brighter note,
Yeah, go ahead, Troy.
was anybody in my live yesterday when
No,
I shot that big deer on live?
no, I
I
did
was
not see
watching
it.
you when you was on the golf course.
That is only the second time in 5 years that I've shot a deer that big. Now,
I
I
didn't
said
see that.
5
Stan,
years.
come here, come here.
Oh, wow.
Stan's in pain. I'm on hog legs. Come here.
Huh?
He's in pain. Why are you sitting here? I have to
Steve?
take him to the hospital soon.
When's the next time you going metal detecting, Steve?
I want to go in the morning, but it ain't gonna happen. Yeah,
Well,
I'm gonna stay up too
Who's
late.
still in here?
if you go to bed on time, you get up metal detected in the morning.
I know my days and nights and got mixed up some sort of way.
It's not the one I did not hit that with a truck. I hit it with a
But
rifle. Be quiet, Alvin.
there's the men aren't the only one who have fishing contests.
Oh my goodness. Alvin says I hit that deer with a truck. I shot that deer with a rifle, not a truck.
Oh wow.
I watched some of it, Troy. I was in there. I said somebody that looked like he walked across the golf course in that pumpkin, and then you got in a pumpkin patch.
That did not happen until the last 5 minutes of that thing.
Yeah,
Wow.
I said it looked like pie to me, all in pumpkin.
Yeah, I seen that.
Yeah, no, I don't know what I was doing. I was bouncing through. CP back in here.
He is.
Yeah. There's a
Posted. Yeah,
Melissa.
Chuck wants to see.
Melissa posted it at the bottom.
There's a short on there too, CP. I made a short out of it too.
Let me back. What's that mean? Let me back. What's she talking about now?
I don't know.
She must have got dropped out.
No, she's sitting right next to you.
Yeah, she's still up here. You still up there, Angelina? On mine? Yeah, I don't know.
Melissa changed her icon. That looks nice, Melissa.
Turtle lady, you up here?
Hello, turtle lady. Your
I don't
icon's
know.
still up here.
I put it back. There's the link. Maybe, I don't know. You still up here.
John Parker made it. Yep.
Y'all done got so mad y'all done can't even mash the buttons right. I don't know. I hadn't done a thing, turtle lady. Don't fuss at me now. Missy, you still in here?
Did you
Yeah,
mute
I'm here.
yourself? Did you mute yourself, turtle lady?
I bet she muted herself. Bound to be.
That's why that cat scratches you right there. You poking at it.
Somebody's in your basement, Steve.
Huh?
Somebody's in your basement. I heard him.
Who is it?
I don't know.
Ain't nobody in the basement. Oh, go dog? No, it's 5 people down there. The same 5 is up here on the screen.
Okay.
If I click on Turtle Lady, it says remove. Missy, it says remove. Troy, it says remove. You remove and me remove.
Okay.
So, I mean,
I heard it go boop.
I
I did too. But it ain't nobody down there.
Okay. I trust you.
And if I click, the only choice I got on Turtle Lady is to remove her.
No, you don't want to do that.
Hell no, I don't. I guarantee you I don't.
You don't want to remove anybody.
Oh my goodness.
Turtle Lady might
need to go back out and come in.
Well, if I see her on here, if she'll type something,
She typed in
if
the.
she'll type something in the chat where I can talk to her. I hear chatter in the background. Y'all hear it?
That sounds like a TV to me.
Hold on.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
hear you now.
I just gotta find the picture.
Hawgleg, you get that computer?
No, I'm
Oh,
on my
yeah.
phone.
Yeah, I got that computer. I got my old one back there behind me.
But how do I keep it?
Keep
Yeah.
what?
My picture.
Huh?
We don't see, all we see is a white icon.
Yeah, that's all we see. White icon.
Well, did it solve your StreamYard problem, Hawgleg?
Yeah, it's only doing on that computer back there. That computer.
Yeah, well, I don't know how to use them.
Yeah.
It's probably that computer. I think
That's
when they done
weird.
that, I think when they done that update, whatever they done, it's messing with that old computer, Hawgleg, because it
Yeah.
started right after
Yeah,
that.
that's nuts.
Yeah, I think so too.
So I have a really nice picture and I can't even put it up.
I'm trying to figure
Well,
it out.
Well,
I'll try again. I'll try again.
When's your next shipment of jigs going out?
2065.
And so I got to live that many more years before I'm gonna get any jigs.
Oh, I wonder how many of them that's asking for jigs is gonna live for 2065. I know I won't.
Me either. I'm shooting for 25 right now.
Angelina.
Yeah.
I gotta pull it up first.
Battle Royal and Troy can ref. There you go. Oh, me. And Melissa sent me an email, says, I'm going to read this email. I'm going to read this email to y'all that I got from my dear friend, Melissa West. She says, are you going live tonight? Hawgleg wanted to go on your panel. Thanks, Melissa. And if it had been Hawgleg or CP or Bugman or Alvin Lewis or Troy Musseltine, I would have never responded. I'd have gone right on to bed.
See, I don't even know how to go to bed because I was never on.
Since it was a young lady
She asked you
in
to go live.
distress, and look what I got into.
Oh, wait a minute now. So she asked
No, it's all Melissa's fault.
she asked you to go live, and you wouldn't do it for me or Hawgleg or none of the rest of us, right?
Well, there's the email right there. I ain't lying to none of y'all. There it is.
Well, I got news for you, you old goat. Me and Hawgleg's got our own channel.
Yeah.
And there it is right there. I mean, I ain't lying. I wouldn't. And look what she got me into. So yeah, it's Melissa's fault.
I think Melissa needs to start doing Friday Night Live of her own.
Oh, heck yeah.
That's a good idea, did Hawgleg.
Melissa, if I ever meet you, I'm gonna get you by your shoulders like this, like shoulders, and I'm gonna spin you around and I'm gonna kick you right in your butt.
Oh my goodness.
And then I'm gonna outrun Hawgleg. So
All right,
if he tries to chase me, he'll have another heart attack.
Do you know how to change your icon?
Who, me?
No, I'm talking to Turtle Lady.
Turtle Lady? I don't know whether she can even hear us or not.
I don't either.
She's down there working on. She's trying to get that picture up and mashing buttons and carrying on. At least they ain't arguing. Yeah. Well, Hog, are you even considering buying that metal detector?
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah. Once I get my money up, Steve. You see,
Well, you can't buy it without money. I mean,
No.
hell, that's the first thing you got to have is the money.
that's right. What's it? What's it to you anyway, Steve? Are you gonna buy it out from under me?
I tried to a couple of years ago. He wouldn't sell it to me.
Well, maybe he don't like you.
Well, he can go to hell and you can pack his lunch.
Oh,
He
man.
said, yeah, look, Melissa, he said the same thing about the camper. Yeah. And the camper left here and I'm gonna get that metal detector and it's gonna leave CP.
Well, guess
So
what?
he done made a price on it.
Hey, it's Melissa's fault that I did not go get the camper because she would not let me drive her truck all the way to Greenville, Mississippi.
I told you I'd meet you halfway.
She wouldn't even allow me to drive it that far.
Are y'all still bickering about that doggone camper? It's time to shut up about that camper. Camper's over.
That camper's long gone. Where we done lost the ladies.
Yeah, you got.
They
to
both left?
now. You got to change this layout.
I didn't make that layout. How did it happen?
They dropped out.
When they dropped out, he changed it.
There you go.
Steve, I got to tell you something.
What's that?
You know
Tell
you're my
me.
buddy. But
Now, you taking a lot for granted.
yeah. But when you got up there the other morning on well, I can't remember if it's Hawgleg's live.
When I was timing everybody out.
The night you got out of the bed and got up there on live.
Yeah. I didn't get out of bed. I was on my telephone.
I'm gonna tell you something. You're gonna have to take a few minutes before you get back on live that late, put your YouTube makeup on, because you was looking kind of rough.
Shit, I was rough, man. I was in the bed asleep.
Oh wow. Oh man.
Look, I got, y'all seen that little old battery pack that I use to charge my phone?
Yeah.
All right, when I went to bed at night, when me and Lucky went to bed, he likes to listen to that thing talk. And I'd ask somebody in, device is not connected. It won't let me do anything, Turtle Lady. It says devices not connected. You need to connect the mic and cam before you can add them to the stream. You got to show your cam or something, I guess. I don't know what that means. What's that mean? Oh,
I'm not really sure because it happens to me sometimes. It says devices are not connected.
well, I clicked on it and don't nothing happen.
Well,
You got to allow her microphone and her camera, I guess.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
Because I've been kind of out of the loop for a while tonight because I was watching movies. Has anybody heard anything from Ernie Brown today?
No, I haven't heard anything. He, I think the last I heard from him, he was on my show early yesterday morning.
Okay.
Yep,
Well, last I heard, they kept him in the hospital, but I hadn't heard anything else.
But listen to this. It's a hard solo cut.
All right, that's same thing.
Thank you, Dale.
Turtle Lady, same thing. It won't let me do anything.
Dale
Haysham says Ernie's back home.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Appreciate it, Dale.
Turtle Lady, if you can hear me, it says devices not connected. I forgot what I was fixing to tell Troy, but I was going to tell him something. Oh, about being in the bed last night. Oh, yeah. That little phone charger. Yeah, I had that little phone charger plugged up on my telephone because my phone was dead when I went to bed. And it was laying there over there on the pillow, charging.
Good night, Alvin.
Night, Alvin. And I woke up and I don't know what time it was, over in the morning. And I turned the telephone on, and there was Hawgleg and them, and I was scrolling, trying to get to the bottom of the chat. And I got to seeing my name all showing up and all that stuff. And I was steady thumbing down that screen, down through there, timing folks out and deleting conversations and deleting. I said, what in the hell?
I heard that. That was all over the talk shows. Steve Adams was on there, got up in the middle of the night and timing everybody out.
I did it. There she is again. Let's see what happens. Same thing. Devices not connected. And look at here, y'all. I'm going to do this right quick.
You going to sing?
Uh-oh. She disappeared. I was going to take a picture of it. Make sure that I wasn't lying.
You might have to restart your phone, Turtle Lady.
Uh-huh.
Did you hear me? You might have to restart your phone, Turtle Lady.
Indiana Chris, you drinking beer? Look here, that's what I drink. My brother-in-law from Texas, he's 58 years old. And I don't know if the spoon was pure silver, but it was pretty silver that he was raised with. And so he gets to the house Monday afternoon. And I said, Craigie, I ain't got anything but chiladas. Y'all know what chiladas. I drink them chiladas. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
I said, if you want he said, I'd like to get some bourbon. I said, well, we'll go up to the liquor store. And he said, anything but that rot gut Jack Daniels. And I thought to myself, I don't even buy Jack Daniels because it costs too much, and that's good whiskey to me if I'm gonna drink.
Yeah.
So I came up to the liquor store, and we go in the liquor store, and I said, well, get what you want. I'm gonna pay for it. He got 2 little bottles of whiskey.
That was a mistake.
2 little bottles of whiskey. He went all, and I talked to the man, and this and that and the other. And he come back with 2 and fifths. Fifths are little bottles of whiskey now. Now they got the big jugs and stuff. And he set them up there, and I threw my credit card and stuck it in there and sent $77 for 2 little bottles of whiskey.
I bet you won't do that no more.
Well, when he got ready to leave, I said, now I'm going to tell you, when we got in the truck, we got out there and got back to the house, and we mixed us a drink. And I said, now I'm going to tell you, Craig, when you get ready to leave, I said, these damn bottles ain't going with you. They staying in my house. I ain't never paid $77 for 2 bottles of nothing. And so he'll be back here tomorrow. He's off up here on the deer hunting. But he ain't going to have nothing to drink when he gets back because I've been drinking it.
He going to have to go buy 2 more 77.
He can go buy it. He can go buy it. I ain't buying it.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, my God.
When he said, I knew I was in trouble when he said that rot gut Jack Daniels. And I tell you, I felt it hurt my feelings.
Yeah, man.
But anyway,
that rock gut stuff was like a old crow. Lord Calvert was at the top of the rock gut stuff.
Well, see,
That Evan Williams ain't much better. God, mercy.
See, I'm a KT man. That's the whiskey I bought when I was buying it. This Kentucky Tavern.
Right.
And it's tough, but you put enough Sprite with it, anything go down.
Yeah, that's right.
and you know, splurging is Jack Daniels to me.
No, Jack Daniels ain't. Jack Daniels some good stuff.
I like it. I like Jim Beam.
Well, what's
I
the
like
name of that
Jim
stuff?
Beam
What's the
also.
name of that stuff he bought?
One of them was there she is again. It's still saying the same thing. Turtle Lady Demon. It's saying the same thing. Uh, Maker's Mark and the other one was I don't even know what that other thing was.
Oh, that member's that's why Maker's Mark high. Golly.
Yeah, Baker Mark High.
Well, it wasn't the high. It wasn't the most expensive one. The other one's in the other one is in the garbage. I went on and did away with it yesterday, day before yesterday. Yeah, I drink wild turkey. Look, it's just like I told my brother-in-law. I'll drink any damn thing. It don't come too tough for me except Scotch. Now I can't. Scotch won't go down.
Well, I can't stand Scotch. Oof.
I don't know.
I've tried to drink it. I just ain't never been able to do it.
No, I don't like Scotch.
My first mixed drink in 1968. I was playing baseball at Delta State. I just had my shoulder operated, and I was rehabbing. And a bunch of boys there at college said, we're going down to New Orleans and staying with a friend there in Baton Rouge and going back and forth and going to Mardi Gras. And I'd heard of Mardi Gras, but I didn't really know what it was. I ain't never been to New Orleans. And you want to go? I said, yeah, how much you bring? What did it cost? And I don't know. It was about $50. It's all, you know, I'm talking about 1968, which was a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So I told my folks, I got $20 a week to go to college. Every Sunday when I go home, I get $20 to go back to school. And I told them that what was going on, and they didn't really like it, but my stepdaddy gave me the money to go. So I went. Well, we was down there on Bourbon Street, all them folks, man, you know, I don't know if you ever been to Mardi Gras, but it's something else. Back in them days, it was something to see. And I ain't never seen that many drunks in one place in my life. And I didn't drink. I didn't drink. So to go to there wasn't no public bathroom. So to go to the bathroom, you had to go in a bar, and you had to go in there, sit at the bar, and buy a drink, and then you could go back there and go to the bathroom. And I told him, I said, man, I got to go to the bathroom so bad I got to go, and I ain't gonna go out here on the street.
Good night, Turtle Lady.
All right, Turtle Lady.
Have a good night.
Yep. Good night. So I went in this bar and climbed up on the bar stool. Fella come over there and pointed at me, and I said, and the only thing I need to say was Scotch and water. Because I seen it on, I guess, James Bond movie or something. And they brought that damn little old glass over there. And I was going to take a drink of it, then I was going to go to the bathroom. Look, I had to spit that stuff on the floor. I couldn't, man, it wouldn't go down. And I went in there and went to the bathroom back there in the back of the place, and I went and left that. You know, I went on and I spent 2 nights down there at Bourbon Street. I think I did drink one beer. Finally, got one down because I didn't drink in them days.
Yep.
But I saw some stuff, man. Goodness gracious! I wouldn't go back down there now for free, and you paid me to go down there.
Oh, heck no.
But anyway, that $77 that hurt me. It hurt me bad.
I'd have drank it too.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna drink it, and when he gets here tomorrow, it ain't gonna be no that Maker's Mark ain't gonna be where he left it. the way he thinks it's gonna be, because I'm gonna hide what's left.
And I'm like, Melissa, I can't drink that gin. That stuff's celery juice. I can't
No, I
drink
can't
celery
drink
juice.
gin either.
That stuff's nasty.
Totally.
You put a little lime with it. It'll
Yeah,
go
I
down.
agree with you. If it's someone spending time, like if I was to go spend some time with my family, you know, my blood family, yeah, I would. I'd try to stay away from YouTube also.
Well, I don't know. As long as it ain't on here.
Yeah.
But it's okay. Misunderstandings amongst
Yeah.
adults happen.
Right. Exactly. Yep. That's one reason why I don't have Facebook. Man, so many people hack into Facebooks, and I'm not saying that I'm on this,
Oh,
but but
I'm gonna tell a story. I'm gonna tell a story about CP and the snake.
y'all like that picture.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. I think I've seen it before, huh?
You should have, because that picture was made way back before we even did YouTube.
We were fishing up at Tunica and had a campfire, and they didn't have fire circles, fire rings around the campsites. So we had there was some rocks laying around, some of them revetment, them old big gray rocks they revet the river that somebody had brought over there and had a halfway ring. So we made us a good fire ring, and
Yeah.
I noticed now, what is private chat over here? I got 3 private chats. What's that about?
We talking about you behind your back.
Oh, okay. And so we noticed when we was building, I said, look here, y'all, there's some 22 rounds right here. You can't build no fire here. So we was picking up them 22 bullets. Picked up a bunch of live 22 rounds. And we built us a fire, and it was 7, 8 of us there, I guess. I don't remember how many was there, but we was kind of sitting around, had a nice fire. And all of a sudden, them damn 22 bullets got to going off, but they was all up under my chair, and I couldn't get up. Them things was popping. I'm talking about, and CP done slipped around in the dark some sort of way and put, I don't know how many firecrackers he done put up under my chair,
Oh man.
but it was at least 50 or 60 or 100. I don't know, but they was popping, just blowing up everywhere, and I couldn't get to running. I couldn't do nothing. And they all got a big laugh out of it. I mean, a big ha ha ha. You know, everybody laughed about it, and I took it in stride. But I told CP right sitting there around a few minutes later. I told him, I said, that's fine. Everybody had a big laugh. I said, but payback is going to be hell. Oh, no. We're even now. That makes us even. I said, even for what? I ain't never done nothing to you. No, we're even. So, all right, we're even. So it was months later.
Yeah.
We had another big fishing trip, and this time it was, I don't know how many campsites we had. We must have had at least 10 campsites rented. There was that many people there. And we was over in Arkansas, on the Arkansas River. And we going to go out and put in the boat ramp and go fish the Mississippi. But anyway, CP was late getting there.
Good night, Sir Lee.
All right, tell the lady, good night. So I brought my neighbor had a big old garden over here next door, and he had some of the most, I don't know where he got them, but I walked in his garden with him and walked up on one of them. He had some of the most realistic snakes, rubber snakes I ever saw. He had them over there trying to keep birds out, you know. He had them all over his garden. And it was dangerous walking around because I just knew I was going to get bit. That's how real these things were. And so I said, Charles, you give me one of them snakes. And my neighbor's name was Charles. He said, yeah, man, I got a plan. So we had this fishing trip, and it was a bunch of us there. And what's my favorite song? Tina Turner, Rolling on the River.
There you go. That's a good one.
And I guess, that's what always comes to mind. And there will Peace in the Valley. That's my other one.
Kind of like you did that night you caught that 41-pound catfish rolling on the river.
Yeah, I was rolling down the river bank. So we had a boy there. He didn't come to very many of those things, but he played the guitar and sang songs. And so I got him going real early in the afternoon, and he's sitting there and he's guitaring and singing, and so that brought a big group of the campers. So we wasn't gonna fish that day. We was gonna fish the next day,
right?
Next 2 days. So it was all sitting around. Brought the lawn chairs, and I don't even remember the old boy's name, but he's up there in northeast Arkansas, and he was singing, and people was giving him songs, and he was good, pretty good.
Yeah.
And but CP wasn't there yet. And so when I saw CP coming through the campground, I was watching for him. I went and got a big old towel. And I already had the damn snake tied to the towel on some monofilament. About 2 foot of monofilament with that snake tied there. And I carried over and I told him, I said, now, y'all don't say a damn thing. Keep your mouth shut. And some of them had been at Tunica when he set them firecrackers, Yeah. So I laid that towel over there on that picnic table, that concrete picnic table with that snake up on it. And CP got there, and he pulled up and parked, and the boy quit playing, and he walked up to the circle, and I said, man, hey, Charles, good to see you, buddy. I said, go around and tell everybody hello. So he was walking around that circle, shaking hands. Hello, and that's Joe Smith, and this is Charles Phillips. The new people that didn't know. And he went by that picnic table. I said, CP, grab that towel while you go by and bring that towel over here. I left my towel over on the table. And that big scumbag reached over and got that towel, and that snake come after him out on that towel. And CP in them days weighed over 400 now. I'm telling you, over 400. And he got up on that right leg. I will never forget it. He was holding that snake in his left hand and jiggling that snake. And he was trying to reach in and get in his pocket to get that pistol. But his pants is tight down there on that right leg because he's up on. He was hopping. And he was hopping. And it lasted about.
Oh man!
It lasted about 4 or 5 seconds.
Oh wow!
But his hand and froze on that towel. He couldn't turn that towel loose. And he couldn't get to that gun because his pants. Oh man, and we laughed. I can see it right now. I wish I had a video. He's hopping on that right leg. And I can remember them pants are stretched tight on that right head. Damn, his damn thighs is that big around, you know. And then he couldn't get his hand in his pocket. And then look what he said.
That's really funny, ain't it?
Well, did I lie? Did I tell any kind of a lie that CP?
Oh man. Oh man. Oh yeah, I love it too, Cook Valley, because then he goes snorting.
He looked like a 450-pound ballet dancer. Right there. Then he couldn't put his hand. That left hand was froze. He couldn't turn that towel loose. Oh boy. He was gonna shoot it, I guarantee you. If he could get that pistol out of his pocket, he's gonna go to shoot and gonna kill half them people sitting there. Oh, and look, I was sleeping in a camper shell then. I got up the next morning. My youngest son was there, I guess. I don't know if Reed or Blaine, one of my sons was there. And I went to get out of that camper shell, and that door wasn't open. And I couldn't get out of that thing. And see, during the night, he done got all the rope that he could find. He must have had 700-800 foot of rope wrapped around that camper and had me tied into that damn thing. I couldn't get out.
Oh my goodness.
It's kind of booger. Did I say it? That's kind of booger jumping on one leg.
Hey y'all.
What?
I think I'm gonna go buy me some big old Boston butt later on today. And I'm gonna fire my smoker up. These come in the mail today, and I ain't never owned a pair of these. But y'all see them right there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tear that butt up.
Yeah, that's gonna be pulled pork, ain't it?
Heck yeah.
Now look at that. I didn't know that. Yeah, I know. I can see what you do with it.
Yeah. You take it and you hope you jab this one in there and
Tear it apart.
tear it apart.
Boy, I can taste it already.
Oh yeah. Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, me and CP, we got a lot of stories to tell.
And you know, these things are pretty doggone sharp.
They better be. They gotta be to pull it, to tear it. Let me tell you what he did to me one time. Yeah, Jimbo's Brick House. That's a good place to eat.
Yeah.
We was same place. We was over in Arkansas, different time, but there's a bunch of us over there. And me and CP run out of something to drink. And we always camp together, we together, camp together. And he seen me. I've always mixed Budweiser and V8 juice with a little hot sauce.
Yeah. That's how my buddy drinks it.
I love it. Anyway, he seen me do it. And he told me one time at one of them trips, he said, they putting that stuff in a can now. I said, really? He said, yeah, well, it's up there. You can buy it in Memphis. But I never had seen it. So anyway, didn't think any too much more about it. And we ran out of, so we was going to go to the liquor store. And in Arkansas, they sell everything together, in the same beer and whiskey in the same place. So we go to this little old liquor store. It's 8 or 10 miles from where we were. And we go in there and CP while we looking for stuff, and I was getting, Budweiser or whatever, and he getting something else. We getting some coconut rum. And he said, look, Coach, they got this stuff. And so when we get up there, we got we're gonna be there another 2 or 3 days. We had, I don't forgot how many dollars worth of stuff, but a bunch. $50, $60, $70 worth of stuff. And we get up there and he gonna buy all this. And they wouldn't take his card. They kept spitting his, I think it's a debit card, I think. He wouldn't take it. Man, so we had all this stuff.
Wow.
And I said, oh, hell. And I had a credit card. It was the first trip that I had been on in this bunch. And I had a breakdown on my boat trailer a couple of months before that. And I told Kay, I can't get caught out across the country without a credit card.
Right.
And so we got me a credit card. I ain't never carried a credit card. The first time I ever used it. And I said, well, I got a credit card. I almost forgot I didn't even have it. So I bought the stuff. And we went out and he said, man, I got to find out what's wrong. And we got to find an ATM machine or something. He done got on the telephone, couldn't get, and anyway, in the meantime, I'm sitting there outside the liquor store while he's trying to get a hold of somebody to find out what's wrong with his debit card. I'm drinking that Chilada. Man, that thing was good. First one I ever drank. Yeah, he was hot. The Charles was hot, man. But anyway, I drank that, but he stuck me. I had to buy all that damn stuff, and all I got out of it was, my Budweiser and a Chilada. We went back around yonder. Finally found it. He finally got it straight. Went to ATM. He got the money. He gave me the cash back. And I went back in there and bought me some more Chilada. But I said, that skeleton has stuck me right here. He done got me. And I'm hard to get. And I said, but he done got me. But I didn't, but really and truly they did. When you travel and you're in a spot that they don't think you're supposed to be in, they're trying to secure your money for you is what they're doing. But he got it all. Yeah, that's red beer. That's right. I love it, Chris. I got a case out of it out there in the refrigerator. I love that stuff. It's a wonder I got a stomach as much of it as I drank. Yeah. But me and that Scanlon we didn't have some show enough take some experiences.
That's a beer, right?
What's that, Chilada?
Yeah.
Yeah. A red beer. Now I've ordered red beer. It's a couple of places in New Orleans. Now everywhere you can't do it at every bar, because I've ordered it at a bunch of bars in New Orleans, and there ain't but 2 or 3 of them that sell mixed red beer for me. It's sometimes they'll use tomato juice and season it up, and it would be it's half and half or whatever.
Right.
But it's called Chilada.
Yeah.
CHELADA in the can.
Yeah.
And Bud Light makes it, Budweiser makes it, and Modelo makes it. I don't know what other companies make it, but the Bud Light is the one I like the best.
Yeah. That's Bud, and my buddy gets a Bud and a little old can of V8 juice, hot spicy V8 juice.
Right.
And he'll take a sip of one and another, right after the other.
Yeah. Well, I mix them together. Yeah, we went all the way to Tulsa, Oklahoma, pulling a 16-foot trailer through a tornado. We did that too.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Man, that was terrible, boy. That was awful. Oh,
Welcome
man.
in, Dynamo.
Hey, Dan. Yeah, we sure did that.
Yeah.
And man, we went through Fort Smith, Arkansas. It was lighting that world when the whole world was lighting up in that lightning. And I just knew we was gonna get blown off that interstate. And CP had to hammer down, boy. Yeah. Zing zang. Yeah, that's good. I've done that too. But the chiladas, that's what they got in them is clam juice.
Let's see.
I lost a bunch of weight drinking that stuff. A bunch of weight. And I dropped 40 pounds.
Yeah, Walmart sells Clamato.
Yeah, I don't mix it with Clamato, but it's if you buy the Bud Light, that's what it's mixed with is Clamato.
Yeah.
But if I mix it myself, I use it spicy B8.
Yeah, that's what my brother did.
Well, boys, I'm off to bed.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you coming up, and you were here. You were live action. You know exactly what was going on in here. So,
Well, we do what we can. We do what we can.
yeah.
I'll come up and join you guys.
Hey, Dan.
All right, thanks. Thanks for coming in, Troy.
Yeah, I'm off to bed. Dan, have a good night.
Well, I just come up and you gonna leave now? Jeez.
Yeah, well,
Oh, Troy. Chuck
Yeah.
said he wants his rings. His
Who?
gigs, I mean.
Chuck, let me tell you something. If you'll look up a man named Ken Burnett, he'll teach you how to tie all the jigs you want.
No.
If you sit around on waiting on me to tie jigs, you're gonna be waiting a long time.
Hey, Valerie, how are you?
All right, y'all be good. Steve?
All right.
Go
Next time-
snuggle up.
Deuces.
next
Go
time you
snuggle up with the... Go ahead.
See you later,
next time you
Troy.
come up here late night, make sure you got your YouTube makeup on.
All right, boy.
We'll see you back.
All right,
Go,
man.
Yeah.
go snuggle with that teddy bear, Troy.
I'm gonna go snuggle with my wife. I'm no teddy bear. I'll see you later.
You
All
know.
right, dude.
So,
That
Yeah.
guy.
I'll throw in a story on that Clamato stuff. You know, I used to, the pipeline contractor I used to work for, I was kind of the company hotshot driver. The boss would, if it was something that didn't need the semis, the boss would send me somewhere. I mean, I had to go to Mexico one time. I was all over the country, all the way from here to PA to North Dakota to California and Arizona. But
Yeah.
there was one summer we were doing two pipelines down in Mexico, and I had to go. We had a drop yard in Yuma, and I made about 10 trips or more just during that summer to Yuma and Calexico, California. And I was out there for a period of time, and I ended up going to Buffalo Wild Wings one night, and they had a UFC fight going on that night. And I see this guy with a big old 24-ounce can, and it said Clamato on it. And I was talking to him, and I was like, "What is that?" And he said, "It's a red beer." He said, "It's got the clam juice and tomato juice and stuff." Well, I tried one, and I wasn't real big on it because the clam juice kind of threw me off.
Right.
But man, I went ahead and I grabbed a bunch of it because it wasn't even for sale in central United States yet. And this was back about, what was it? Probably about 2006, 2007, something like that. So I bring it back, and me and my friends used to hang out with a big group we'd go to the lake and everything. And I brought it back, and shit, my friends just loved it. So every time I went out there, I had to bring it back. Like, get some more of that. Bring it back for us. So, yeah, I started bringing it back. Like I said, the clam juice I just couldn't really do that. After a couple of them, I was like, this just ain't for me.
Oh, wow.
But then I found that Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix, and
Right.
that stuff just has the right spice, the right flavor.
Exactly.
So,
It does.
and I'll tell you what pissed me off last night. So any bar I've ever been to, they always just pour some in and call it good. No, this bar last night, I went and I met a friend, had some drinks last night, and they charged me $1.50 to freaking put that stuff in my beer. I'm like,
Oh,
what in the hell?
what? Huh?
Yeah,
Well, let me ask you, Dan. You ever go to a Mexican restaurant?
yeah,
Order a michelada.
yeah.
Or get them to make you a michelada.
Mhm.
Michelada.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Every Mexican restaurant I've ever been in would serve 'em.
Yeah.
Man, they're pretty good.
There's a little Mexican restaurant I was going to when I was working up in Springfield back, a couple months ago. I was going up there and I thought I'd try one of. They had their specialty drinks, and the guy, I can't remember what they called it, but it's like it's a paste, and it's some kind of stuff that's made out of fruit,
Mm.
and they line the rim of the cup with it, and then they sprinkle that. It's a hot, like a spicy chili powder around the
Yeah.
rim, and it was a mixed drink with tequila and some other stuff. I'm telling you, if it wasn't for having to pay for them damn things, I could have sat there and drank it all night. But you lick that stuff off the rim and you take a drink. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I like those micheladas. In some of the Mexican restaurants, man, it'll have olives and onions and okra. It'll be a full meal deal in that
Mm.
big old glass. Yeah.
Well, I went. I was
I'll be,
working.
I'll be right back. Y'all go ahead.
All right.
I was working pipeline that it was running from Flanagan. It was the Flanagan pipeline, but it was running from Flanagan, Illinois, to Cushing, Oklahoma.
Right.
It was back in 2013. I was on the blasting crew. I mean, Kansas, Kansas, Missouri, all that is just nothing but rock. So, I was on that job for 6 months. We were blasting rock everywhere. But
Yeah.
I stayed in Independence, Kansas, and that's a little shithole of a town. And apparently, back in like the early 1900s, they had more millionaires per capita in Independence than the rest of the country.
Wow.
But man, there's a little bar. I say a little bar. I mean, it was pretty good size, but it was across the street from the motel I was staying in, and they made like a Bloody Mary from scratch that they put pickled asparagus in.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, I never did try one, but I mean, it was completely all made from scratch, and people loved the hell out of them. But I love going in that bar. I made a lot of good friends in there, and I think it was like every Tuesday night they had a big ass steak dinner for like $12.99,
Oh, my goodness.
and I think it was like a 16-ounce sirloin with a salad and two sides. It was a big dinner, and for $13 to get a steak that big, and their steaks were good. So I went in there. I went in there a lot, but I go in there on Tuesdays for that dinner.
Indiana Christian, he thinks there's an Independence, Missouri also.
Yeah, there's an Independence, Missouri. Hell, there's Independence all kinds of in a bunch of different states I found.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, what y'all been up to tonight? Just hanging around, shooting the shit?
Oh, man. Yeah, basically. Oh, we had a good night so far,
Yeah.
even with the cat fight up here.
Yeah, I was listening to that. I wasn't gonna chime in at that point. I had just come in and I was like, I back clicked out. I was like, I'm not gonna deal with this shit. But
No. No, this is respect of
oh yeah.
channel.
Mm-hmm.
I've been
Well,
trying to talk Steve into doing a show every night or every weekend. Steve stories.
yeah, it'd be a
Story
good one.
time with Steve.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting here trying to think of something that'd be a good one.
Man, I done forgot a
Oh
lot of my past.
yeah,
Lie to you. Every once in a while, somebody will be talking about something that bring it up in my memory.
right.
But you know,
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that I mean, hell, I'm only 42, but there's a lot of things in my life I've done forgotten.
yeah, I've been through a lot in my life: 2 strokes, heart
Well,
attack,
yeah, you have.
open heart surgery.
hmm
Uh, I think that's made me lose a lot of my memory right there.
hmm
But like I
Yeah,
said,
we took
every once in a while, somebody talk about something to bring it back up to me.
right.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the way it is. I mean, hell, I sit there. You think about something that's on the tip of your tongue and you just can't figure it out.
yeah.
And now with Google, you can be like, "What was that?" And then you search. You could Google something and that'll refresh your memory on something. But
Oh, heck
when you
yeah.
just can't even get, you know that there's something there that you remember, but you can't remember what it is.
Right.
So you're just screwed until one of these days it finally pops up.
Right.
Yeah, Chris, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I hate to hear that. I know I broke down like a baby when my cat, or yeah, like a baby, like in the movies when a parent loses their kid. When I found my cat dead, no, I broke down in the driveway.
Oh man.
Yeah, that was back. I found her. I was on a pipeline job up in kind of northeast Oklahoma, building a pump station, and she was an abandoned cat, Siamese, beautiful,
Yeah.
and um, she just come around, and she was never shy or anything. She just wanted love, and apparently she'd had a litter. You could tell, but
Yeah.
just a puny, pathetic thing.
Right.
And me and the labor steward and the operator steward, we're all staying in the same place. Uh, I started feeding her dry food and giving her water and everything, and she'd come around every day.
Yeah.
And the labor steward, every morning before he went to work, he'd give her canned food. So within no time, man, she filled out. Her hair looked, I mean, she was just gorgeous. But
Yeah.
uh, this job was about 3 hours from home, and ended up I was renting a little shithole. Supposed to be an efficiency apartment, but it was just a room with a bathroom in it.
Right.
So I took my own stuff up there, but I didn't have a truck at the time. I had my car. My dad came up there and helped me move back home, and haul my stuff back. And I was going to bring her, and there ended up being this calico that ended up doing the same thing. Now that one was kind of skittish to start, but man,
Right.
they were both just right there, and shit, like it was. She waited for me every day. She sat in the same spot at the same time, knowing when I get in from work.
Right.
And I backed my car into my spot, and I'd stop the car. She'd jump on the trunk lid, climb up on the roof, and she'd stand over my door and wait for me to get out. And when I got out, she'd jump on my shoulders and she'd stand there. And she'd walk with me. She'd stay on my shoulders when I walked to the door every day. But ended up, I was going to bring her and the other cat home that night. And I went ahead and fed them while we were loading up. Well, they both ate and then they ran off. Never could find them.
Oh, done got you went and got you a gelato, huh?
So my buddy that was operator steward on the job, he was still there finishing out the job, and he was like, "You still want Sasha?" I was like, "Yeah." So he had a female friend that lived up there, so she hung on to her for me at her place. So day before Thanksgiving, I drove the 3.5 hours back up there. She lived about a half hour past where we were staying, so about 3.5 hours. I drove up there and went and picked her up. I had her for 4 more years
Oh wow.
until we were moving into our new house. Me and my son's mom
Yeah.
and the kids, and I'm showing up back over at the house with the trailer to get another load. And she calls me freaking out, and I get there, and Sasha's laying dead in the driveway.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm. I think the Hawks got her because she had scratches. You know, she had cuts in her and stuff.
Yeah.
Dogs got her.
But I broke down like like one of them parents in the movies when their kid dies. It just
Yeah.
So Chris, I feel you. I know what it's like.
You lose a pet, it's just like I've never lost a child, but I know people that have, and I don't losing a pet ain't as bad as losing a child. Nowhere close, but losing a pet is tough.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And when our last Cocker Spaniel died, and all of them died with me holding them, I won't never have another pet.
Yeah.
I ain't going through this no more. And these,
Right.
And then you always get another.
no, we didn't get another. The other got us.
Mm-hmm.
Kay, you know, most of these people heard this story. Kay was going uptown one day in the summer. She was all out, out of school. 4-way stop up here. I live right off of a 4-lane highway. Red light right up here, about a half mile, and the little old kitten was gonna give up. It was just right there in the center lane, and wasn't moving no more. Just sitting there, hunkered down.
Right.
And she pulled up and stopped the red light and looked out. She was a couple of cars back, and there the little kitten was. And so, her being her, I would have done the same thing probably. I'm sure I would have. She got out and got the kitten, and while she was trying to get the kitten, the truck behind her pulled over and blocked the other lane so she could get the kitten.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever it was behind her was an animal lover too,
Mm-hmm.
And he is right here, right up under my chair right now, and that's why I'm bleeding. He just hit me again.
Chris, that's horrible, man. That's we had my grandma's old '69 Chevy. My papa bought that brand new back in '69, but we had that in the backyard because it had broke down, and Dad just never got around to messing with it. I think valve spring broke or something. But I grew up, we always had Rottweilers, and our second one, she was we had her about 9 years. We had a cop that lived around the corner, and he couldn't keep her in the yard, and she showed up at our house one day. Well, Dad always had the hot wire around the bottom of the fence, because our other dog, she would dig under the fence.
Right.
So he put that hot wire in, and that stopped all that. Well, she come over and she stayed in the yard. She learned not to dig or any of that. And we found out whose it was, so we got a hold of him, and he took her back, and same thing. So finally, he was just like, "Hey," he said, "I can't keep her in." He said, "You guys have been able to, you want to just give me what I paid to adopt her." And she was the biggest, sweetest baby of a Rottweiler. Like our first one, she was the stout, just perfect family and guard dog. But Lady, she was just a big baby. She was kind of tall and skinny.
Yeah.
But she always she burrowed underneath the back end, the bed end of that truck, and laid underneath it and had it nice and cool. And when she come down to dying, she had no power at all. I had to drag her out from under that truck and carry and load her in the back of my brother's minivan that he drove at the time.
Right.
Take her to the vet. She died on the way to the vet, about 5 miles away. But that was heartbreaking.
Yeah. Yep.
You don't want to let an animal suffer. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm. I think the worst.
If people are suffering, the doctors will give you something to relieve the pain and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can tell you they're suffering, but an animal can't tell you that. I've shot lots of animals and pets. Uh, we had a cat, 19 years old, and all of a sudden she couldn't get up. Her kidneys failed on her. And now listen, now all the pets we've ever had, we've always fed them the it's scientific diet now, but I forget this. We buy all our food from the vet. We don't buy little friskies and stuff. We buy that high dollar stuff we always have,
Mm-hmm.
and because it's it's formulated for the cats or the dogs, the kidneys, whatever might be the problem with them.
Yeah.
And so when they start having problems, they fixing to die
Oh yeah.
because their guts been taken care of their whole life since they was little. And old Chrissy, she was 19, and
What?
she was
What's your
caged.
name?
Huh?
What was her name?
Prissy.
I had a dog named Prissy too.
No, but this was a cat. It's just a
Oh.
regular old gray tabby cat.
Mm.
We had three of them. We had all three sisters, and we got them from a stray that came up and dropped the kittens, and I raised them on a bottle. All three of them, and two of them got killed. Well, the dogs got one of them, and I didn't get. I got one of the dogs. I didn't get all three of the dogs, but I did get one of the dogs, and one of them got run over. And Prissy was the sole survivor of the three kittens, and that cat, she lived in four. She moved from four all the way to which she didn't know. She didn't move to this house, but she moved to 3 or 4 houses, and she slept on Kay's pillow right above her head, right around her head every night. And she wasn't my cat, but she was the family.
Yeah.
We had her when our boys were born. She slept in the first little beds they had with both my kids.
Yeah.
And it was funny when both of the boys were born, we had a little crib for them right there in the room with us, and Princess, instead of sleeping on Kay's head, she slept with them babies, both of them, every night. And now in the daytime, she didn't have nothing to do with them, but at night, she was going to get in there and sleep with them.
Wow.
Yeah. But anyhow, that cat couldn't get up that morning. I'll never forget it, boy. And her kidneys had failed, and she would try to go she couldn't go to the bathroom. And she started howling like Chris was talking about in here. He started that howling, and I told Kay, I said, Kay, that cat is dying, and she can't stand it.
Mm-hmm.
You know how many times I had to shoot that cat with a 22 rifle in the head, wrapped up in a blanket, and I had to shoot her 3 times.
Wow.
And she was over 19 years old, and I wouldn't even take the time to carry her to the vet, because she was suffering that bad. I couldn't stand it, man. It was breaking my heart.
The cat didn't want to let go. 3 shots.
Yeah. And I had her wrapped up in her blanket that she slept on during the daytime. And now you talking about hurting somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, our oldest cat, he made it to 17. My brother named him Koji. My brother was all into anime and Japanese stuff and everything. So he named him Koji. He was a black cat, black and white. He had that white chest and white streak down his nose and everything. But when he died, my dad handmade a wood box, and he burned his name into the top, and he stained that box and everything, and they buried him out in the backyard, and they kind of built a little shrine, kind of sort of for him. Got mom planted rose bushes on each side of him, and got a light out there for him and everything.
Hmm.
So,
Well, back when I was about 18 or 19, I had a pit bulldog, and I had a vet that I took him to, and he clipped his ears and docked his tails, and I spent a lot of money at that vet, and he become my buddy. The vet did, and my sister had a Persian cat, one of them, you know, nice $100 cats.
mm,
It was a male, and she kept it in the house, and it would use the litter box. Without me knowing it, she took the cat to my vet,
mm,
and the vet found out what it was. It was because it couldn't pee because that cat litter had got up into its end of
mm.
its penis and clogged his penis up.
What's that word again?
Penis. But that ended up costing her a lot of money. And you know what the vet did? He just put it on my bill.
And who was this?
My sister,
With
Well,
her cat?
you're supposed to take care of your
her
sister.
cat.
Too.
And put it on your bill?
Yeah,
Gee.
put it on my bill.
Well, I'll tell you, you know what? My brother's cat, my brother and his wife, their cat had he kept getting infections in his. And after so many, the vet finally, like, hey, we got to do surgery. So they just cut his wiener off and gave him basically a female part.
Yeah.
But that cost him like $3,000 to have that done.
Oh
Yep.
boy.
Yep.
Well, back when I was coon hunting for 20 something, 20, 30 years, I had a standing bill I didn't ever even
Never
didn't
paid it off.
bill. I just sent them $200 every month.
Every month.
It's $200. Like a car note. Just send him $200.
Welcome in, Richard Jarvis.
What's
Hey,
up, Jarvis? What's up, Richard?
Hey Richard, did that fellow ever catch any flounder? I watched him fish over there yesterday for a while, and I never did see him catch anything. But I was wondering, did he ever catch any flounder? I don't remember his name. I watch him all the time. He fishes every day, but he fished all up in the hill all day and all night, I think. And he was fishing for flounder.
Was that the blind angler? Who was that?
I can't remember his name, Dan. He's over in England.
Yeah.
I'll be
Hell, he
right
may
back.
still be fishing for all I know.
Yeah, a lot of them guys over in the UK, shoot, they'll be fishing for hours upon hours.
This boy, I watch him. He fishes every day.
Mm.
I mean, every day he's fishing. Sometimes he's in a boat. Sometimes he's on the bank.
Mm.
And I can't remember his name. I don't never enter the chat room. I just hit him a like,
Mm.
and watch him. But he was fishing for flounder.
Mm.
Local Marks Fishing. That's him.
Mm.
That's him. That's him, Billy.
What's up, Billy? Yeah, we took Dominic tonight. The Oklahoma City Zoo has what they call the safari lights, and they set that up during Christmas time. Open it up after Thanksgiving, and they got a drive-through and a walk-through. Now, walk-through is like $15 a person, and then drive-through $65 for 4 people. Per vehicle up to 4 people. So we went ahead and did that. We did it last year too, but if you pay for the drive-through, they give you a wristband so you can park and do the walkthrough also.
Yeah.
And it's totally different. So, they open up, they decorate the zoo, and they've got a path down the roads through the zoo that you drive through. and it's really neat. They got a lot of animated, not quick animated, just like they have big light up dinosaurs that the head will move, tail, stuff like
Right,
that.
right,
All
right,
kinds of different animals, but he loves it, and it's really neat. And shit, it started raining. It was sprinkling when we left the house, but it started raining while we were doing the drive through. And luckily we had umbrellas. But shit, we still got home and our pants were all soaked. And
right.
I don't have any shoes that are very water repellent. Like my Pumas are mesh. That's what I was wearing. And I got home and I had prune feet. My feet were soaked, but
All shriveled up.
yeah, but he had a good time. We enjoyed it. Got him. They had a photo booth there. And he wanted to get pictures, so we got in there.
Good. Man, that's always good.
Yeah, and it's $7. It gives you four different poses, and it gives you three strips of all four of it, and you get to decorate it how you want with the stuff they got on there.
Oh yeah.
But it's pretty cool because it's $7, but then it gives you the option to email you a video for like $2. It it records video of you while you're in there goofing off.
Yeah.
So, and trying to figure out what you're going to do. So I was like, yeah, for $2 more, I'll do that.
Memories. Memories. That's called memories, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You get all of them you can, because they don't stay little very long.
Oh no. Next
Nope.
time I take, because the science museum's right next door, and he loves to go there. So we got the family pass, and it costs nothing, just the gas to go up there. So we go up there a lot.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Cold Creek.
But the zoo's right next to it. So next time go up there, because they got those machines that I always thought they were wax, but I think it's plastic. But it's a injection mold of different animals and dinosaurs and stuff.
Right.
So he got one tonight, and I didn't even see it until we got home. And the damn thing came out all screwed up, so I'm gonna have to stop by there and be like, "Hey, you guys need to give me a free one to replace this one."
Yeah.
Because they charge $5 for them things, but
They have one of them machines down in Crystal River, Florida, where they make molds of alligators.
mhm.
You can pay so much.
I always love the smell of that machine. I always love the smell of it, and they had those things. They've had those same machines since I was a little kid going to the zoo,
Yep.
and it's probably the same exact machines that were there too.
Probably.
All right, listen. I want to tell you what I'm thinking about this in kids.
Okay.
Now everybody that's listening. Yeah, I remember Sinclair. That's all. Wyoming is Sinclair gas. That's where they drill all that stuff, is in Wyoming.
Mm.
All that everything out there is Sinclair. But anyway, what I was going to tell you tomorrow night, it's 8:00 Eastern time, so it's 7:00 and then 6:00, whatever. There's a place in Key West, Florida. They're having what they call the
Fantasy Fest.
No, the lighted. No, that was months ago.
Oh, you keep track of it, do you? You just like to see them.
I watch all that mess. Man.
You just like to see them girls dressed and undressed.
No, I like the bands down there. I like to watch the girls dance now. They gonna have and I've never watched it before. Some of you guys that have been around the coast may know more about it than I do. The lighted boat parade.
Mm.
The lighted boat parade, and I'm assuming that it's them people that got boats, and everybody in Key West has got boats.
Yeah.
That they have a parade, Christmas lights on them.
Right.
That's what I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that some of them gonna have reindeer and Santa Claus, and I'm just assuming all that.
Well, those people with all that money, they're going to go all out extravagant.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. And it's Schooner, SCHOONER, Schooner Wharf, WHARF is the one. It's the Schooner Wharf lighted boat parade.
Yeah, I just Googled it on my laptop. Yeah, if you just Google Key West Christmas Boat Parade and it comes up.
Schooner,
This is,
Schooner Wharf.
this is the 31st year they've been doing it. Or
That's right.
31st year, yeah.
And it's a bunch of them that do it. This is not the only one they have, but this is this is the 31st year that this place has done this.
Mm,
So
Yeah,
I'm assuming that this is one of the big ones.
I'd assume so.
And I'm gonna make sure I get to watch it. I ain't got any little ones. Me and Lucky will watch it.
a group, our group of resellers that we used to be in, Donatella Bodolini. She lives down there, and her and her husband have a boat in it.
In the Schooner Wharf one.
Right.
Okay, world, small world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
But I'm gonna try to watch. I'm gonna watch it because, and I don't know anything about it. I have no idea what it's gonna be. But
Right.
I'm gonna try to
Well,
watch.
it's probably going to be something fun and cool. Thanks for pointing that out. That'd be something I'll have to check out. Maybe pull up on the big screen.
Yeah. Yeah. Melissa have to check it out too, because we might see one of our old friends, Donatella.
I had an idea for something that I wish I'd have gotten started on it sooner. But I had an idea because back when me and Dom's mom were together, we had a lot of crap in the garage, and we had all of Dom's outdoor toys that he had, when he was little. And so I got all these materials from work, and the only thing I ended up having to buy was a couple sheets of wood. And I built him a little outdoor shed, and it was on the concrete patio, so I didn't put a floor in it. And at the time, I just put a piece of OSB on the roof, and I never got around to shingling it or anything. Well, when I finally got the rest of my stuff out of the old house, I brought the shed over here, and my dad helped me. We went ahead and built a floor for it, and put a new piece. He had a piece of plywood, and he got some shingles from my aunt. So he's got him a nice little shed out there now.
Oh wow!
And my dad picked up a bunch of different signs from Hobby Lobby, so we decorated it. Well, he asked me one day if we could decorate his shed for Christmas, and I was like, "That'd be a great idea. We can put lights on it." My dad was out shopping other day and picked up a whole bunch of decorations at Hobby Lobby for him to decorate it. And
Right.
I was like, I had the thought, if I'd have gotten the ball rolling on this quicker, I had the thought about maybe having like a YouTube competition for people if, they had kids and they had any kind of, toy shed or anything. Do a decoration competition, winner get a $50 gift card to Amazon or something.
Right.
I thought that'd be something kind of neat.
That'd been a good idea.
But I'll keep that in mind for future holidays too, because
Right.
it doesn't have to be just Christmas, Halloween, St. Patrick's Day, whatever.
We don't even put up a Christmas tree anymore.
Wow.
We got 3 wreaths. How you say that?
Wreath.
Big old round green hung out there on the front. It's got lights that come on and off, but we don't. It's just when the kids get grown and gone, and you got boy kids, you got boy children. They don't come back home for Christmas. They go to mama's house.
They always go to the wife's in-laws.
There you go.
Well,
That's what Melissa don't understand. Why her boys don't like spending any holidays with her.
They got to go with them females. They got to go with them wives.
That's right.
If they're gonna keep one.
well, Steve, what you ought to do, just be simple like a lot of older people do. You just go to Big Lots or go somewhere that sells them laser light, or even Walmart. They sell them laser light things. You just stick it in the ground, point it at your house, plug it in, and there you go.
There you go.
Look. Are y'all familiar with Southern Living magazine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 15, 20 years ago, they had a Christmas edition and they featured this home somewhere. I don't know where the home was, but they had these round balls hanging out of the trees. They were about twice big as a basketball
Yeah.
that they had bought, and they had them hanging all around in their trees with lights, wrapped in amongst them. And Kate showed. She says, "Look at these. I've never seen anything like this." And she was showing me the pictures, and I said, "Hell, Kay, I can make thousands of them things. That ain't no problem. You want some Christmas balls?" She said, "Can you do that?" I said, "Well, hell yeah, I can do that. That ain't nothing." So I went out here in the yard, and I had y'all know what corkscrew willow trees are?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
It's a unique kind of willow tree that the limbs on it grow like a corkscrew.
When I had my old place, I used to have.
There you go. So I just got my little thing, my little clippers, and a ladder, and I went out there and I got me some coat hangers, some wire coat hangers, and formed them. It took me about 4 hours to make 6 of them. And they were big. I made them bigger than the ones in the magazine. And I told Kay, I said,
that's right. Chris.
What?
It is, Chris. Y'all keep in mind, Steve is full of pranks.
No, this wasn't no prank. I told Kay, I said, I need a bunch of lights. And she said, for what? I said, I made some Christmas balls. Like was in the magazine, and I wouldn't show them to her. I had them hid back in the garden, in the flower beds back there. She had no idea where they were. I said I need at least 150, 200 feet of damn lights. So she went and bought those things, bought some them little, and some of them had different colors on them. Bought the little plug them together.
Right.
And I did all this without her knowing it. And we had a tree in the front yard at that time, and I hate trees in the yard because I like grass. And since then, I've gotten rid of that tree. 2,4-D will do wonders on a tree if you know how to do it. And had one big old oak tree, and had a big old limb sticking out, and another big old limb. And I got up there and pruned them limbs, and I hung them damn balls all through that tree. And look, things this big around them.
Yeah.
And put them on a timer, and man, they were pretty. And some of them would blink, and everybody was tickled to death of them. It was really pretty.
Yeah.
And anyway, we did that 2 or 3 years and put them out there, and it got too much for me to go up and I said, "The hell with all this." And I don't know where all them things went, but we gave them away to different people. But they're real easy to make, and they were pretty.
Yeah.
Well, you like grass. Don't move to Arizona.
Oh, don't worry, I won't. I've been there.
Oh, welcome in, Catfish and
Hey, Mark.
Howdy, Mark.
No,
good out there in Vegas, Mark.
Yeah, you go out there to Arizona, you got nothing but a gravel yard.
that's exactly right, with some rocks.
I remember driving through there down the I-8. Yeah, it turns to I-8 once you get down around Tucson, I think it is, but I-10, I-8. But man, you be going down there and you're seeing nothing but just kind of desert area. And then all of a sudden there's this RV park that is just lush green grass with palm trees and shit all around. Like, man, that's the only place with green grass.
Ask you this, Mark. Did you
Mark won a bunch of money. Mark won a bunch of money, boy. Hey, Dan, what kills me is going across New Mexico and you get into the Great Painted Desert National Forest.
Mm-hmm.
And there ain't a damn tree in sight.
Actually, Painted Desert's in Arizona.
Well, wherever it is out there.
Yeah, because I was on a trip back from California one time, and I decided to go up. Where was I? I decided to take a different route, and I passed a sign that said Painted Desert National Park or whatever.
National
So
Forest. It says
yeah,
National Forest.
yeah. So I passed the sign, which I was on the west side of it, and I wish I'd have known because I made it to the east sign, and I didn't know anything about it. Hell, I'm pulling a damn 18-foot dovetail car hauler loaded down with stuff that I had to go pick up from the brokers in California, and I had just a splitting headache. But I went, I paid to go in. Well, I didn't know that it was one. You could drive in from either end, but I didn't know it pulled so far away from. I think it's I-40. Well,
Exactly.
it was 28 miles through that
Yeah,
park.
that's
I mean,
right.
I had my digital camera and my phone, and I was stopping everywhere, taking pictures of everything I could. I mean, it was beautiful. But yeah, I made it all the way to the end, and I stopped in that gift shop, and I bought me some damn ibuprofen. And I asked him, I said, what's the easiest way to get to the highway? She said, well, it's about, I can't remember. She said 25 or 40 miles back northwest to I-40. I'm like, screw that. I'm just driving all the way back to 28 miles back through it.
You go right back down.
Yeah, I went right back through it. Only that time I didn't stop anywhere. But
They did that.
by the time I made it back through there, that headache was gone. Thank God.
Yeah. I never figured it out. Whatever they advertised, there wasn't no trees to be seen. Not that
Apparently, Route 66 run right through there at one point.
I went across Route 66 in 1959.
They had it back then.
Yeah, I really did. That's what they had. That's how
I
you.
knew that was its glory days.
Yep, I went right all the way across it. I was 13 years old.
Mm.
We camped all the way to San Diego, California, and all the way back. I was 13.
Mm.
That's where I got it. That's where the spam story came from.
Yeah. About the furthest I've been on Route 66 in one stretch was going from here to Tulsa. And we took 66 up to Tulsa on the motorcycles.
Well, we didn't go on 66 all the way, but because our trip started out in Arkansas, northwest Arkansas, and then we went to El Paso. Well, I went to Dallas and then to El Paso and then up to Tejas and toward Globe, Arizona. And then when we started heading west from Arizona, we was on 66.
Mm. What's up, NJ? Emily, how y'all doing? Yeah, and
NJ.
in there in the Painted Desert, they got a stopping point, and it's like I guess like an old rusting away Model A that they've got a sign right there talking about Route 66.
Mm-hmm. We stopped. We stopped in that desert. Yeah, that whole country to me is desert. And if it's not green, it's desert. And so, being from where I live in the best farming district in the United States, we can raise anything here, and it's green and lush all the time, except in the winter. Going across there, it's desert to me once you leave Arkansas.
Hey, Oklahoma ain't bad.
Yeah, well, parts of it's not, but parts of it's desert.
You gotta get out,
Right.
you get out to the western part of the state. That's when you start seeing the dry stuff. But
Anyway, we was buzzing across there, camping and this and that and the other, and sightseeing, and we stopped in this place, and this was on 66, and we go in and we were gonna get us a hamburger or something, fill it up with gas and this and that and the other. And it's it's a small. It's no big, not a truck stop or nothing. Just a small spot. And this man is running this thing. He says, "Well, boys, where y'all from?" And we said, "We're from Mississippi, and we're from all of us from a little old town called Shelby." He said, "I've been out here 20 something years, and I talk to a few folks from Mississippi every year." Said, "I'm from Clarksdale, Mississippi." 19 miles from where I grew up. That's where we were all us. Yeah. And we knew a bunch of the same people that he knew.
Mm.
Yeah. And he left Mississippi in somewhere in the early 50s. He was stationed out there in World War II. That's what it was. And he stayed out there. He didn't ever come back home. And he bought this little service station and a curio shop. And but that was pretty interesting that we ran into somebody from Clarksdale.
And that's out in Arizona, you said?
I don't know where that was. It was in that desolate country. It's out there where they said the last stop 140 miles or whatever. They had back. I don't think they got that now. I hadn't seen it in my recent trips across. But they used to have signs that last gas for 45 miles.
Mm.
And last gas for 80 or 120 miles.
Yeah.
Used to have big signs out there that said that.
Yeah.
On Route 66.
Yep.
Sure as hell did. Now that's no joke. And something I remember about that trip was people. They had you see these old movies, the Greeks drinking that wine out of them squirt bottles. they had those same type bottles, things tied on the front of the car.
Flash.
On the front, out there in front of the radiator. And we've asked someone somewhere along the line what that was, and the people carried water with them in case the car ran hot.
Wow.
They sure did, and this was in 1959. Sure did.
I guess back in them days they didn't have empty antifreeze jugs, milk jugs.
Well, antifreeze came in steel cans back then.
Yeah, it came in cans, Hawgleg.
Yeah.
These were special little collapsible things.
Yeah.
Everything was glass. So we couldn't carry no water unless we carried it in a 5-gallon metal bucket. We didn't know nothing about carrying no water. But out there, you could buy those bags. In all them service stations, you could buy them bags. They strapped them. Had little straps that tied to your grill on the car.
Hawgleg.
He could have went to Walmart and bought them.
There wasn't no Walmart, man.
Well, Hawgleg, you got to remember back when he was doing all this, antifreeze was a blanket to cover that horse's back.
Yeah.
Hello. Let me tell you what. Back in them days, let me tell you exactly what happened. Back in those days, you drained the water out of every damn thing and kept one vehicle that you drove.
Yep. And hoping
all the tractors, you drained the water out of the radiators. That was you didn't put no antifreeze in nothing. You drained the water out of it.
Yeah.
And ran the motors until it pumped all. You didn't have no water in no engines. Y'all just don't know.
That's the way I used to do my race cars.
Down in this part of the country, we lived on the edge, boy.
Yep.
Well, Steve, when you get up there to heaven, you're gonna be telling all your ancestors, boy, y'all would not believe what's going on in the world today.
but wait a minute now, there's folks up there that's way y'all got more way more than me.
Mhm.
They left here a long time ago.
I know. That's what I'm saying. They wouldn't believe the technology
No, they would.
changes.
No, you know, I'm old enough to know that I've seen it. Whew, I can't believe what this country's turned into. I can't believe it.
No.
I just meant the world as far as technology changes. I mean, you talking about they didn't have antifreeze back then, so you
Oh,
know.
we had antifreeze, but like you said, it was in a can, just like oil.
Mm.
I
Or
remember.
you didn't use a lot of it. You drained the water out. Yeah.
I remember Billups. Y'all remember Billups?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what broke Billups? You know what put Billups out of business?
Mm-mm.
They taught their people this when you bought a franchise. Billups was started right over here, just east of me, not that far. You know how they used to go out and use full service gas station? And I think Indiana Chris said he used to work in gas station. You go out there and you check the oil. That was a big deal. Check the oil in your car, and you carry that oil, that dipstick around there and show them. And that was easy to get that dipstick clean. You know, to clean it and then stick it back in there.
Yeah.
And it was easy not to stick it all the way and show the man he was a quart low.
Yeah. Good
Well,
night, Valerie.
And he'd go over there to the oil rack, and y'all not old enough to ever seen it. But the man said, "Yeah, well, put a quart of oil in there." Well, he'd go over and he always had a rag in his hand, and this is when they stuck that spout in that can.
Yeah.
Can of oil sitting over there. He'd go in and get that quart of oil, and he always had a rag in his hand with the can sitting in that rag.
Yeah.
And he'd stick that spout in there and put it in there, and he used to leave it there for a few seconds. Then he'd take it out and he'd shake the can a little bit, and he'd stick the dipstick. And this time he stuck it all the way down in there.
Yep.
Pulled it out and he carried it around there, and you got it. It's full. Good. Thank you, sir. I'm glad you caught that. And he'd throw that can in the garbage. Well, you go over that can, pull it out of that garbage. That something had a hole in both ends of it.
Yeah.
he didn't have both. He didn't have both hands on that man's shoulders, did he?
No, it just sold a man a quart of empty oil.
Oh.
And it was 35, 40 cents, 50 cents,
Yeah.
whatever it was. But they done made 50 cents,
Yeah.
which was,
A lot of money back then.
You ain't joking. And Phillips and Billups taught their people how to do that, and they got caught. And people quit trading with them. And so they traded with the other crooks. But it broke Billups.
Yeah.
But it broke Billups closed. You know, they used to sell the little dolls and everything in the front of the store. You could buy little trinkets and things in the front in a Billups service station.
Yeah.
Sure did. And Chris said he never did that, and he said it in big writing. He probably did.
Well, I kind of kicked myself in the butt because I went and picked some stuff up at a sale yesterday, and this was somebody that had a lot of old stuff in the house. And when I walked out of the house, there was an old Texaco credit card that had an expiration date of 1989 on it. And I know people like to buy, gas memorabilia and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And somebody probably would have paid, maybe just a few bucks, but somebody would have bought that Texaco credit card just to have, part of Texaco history.
Yep.
But I went ahead and I carried it into the lady that was running the sale. And, she said there's a bunch of other stuff in there. She's like, yeah, I'll probably put that up for sale too. But I should have hung on to that because it was just sitting out in the wet driveway.
Yeah, that would have been neat to have.
Yeah.
I got a wallet up there in the attic somewhere. It's got a Texaco credit card in it that's older than that, Dan.
Mm-hmm.
It serves the Texaco. Yeah. My father-in-law was a Texaco bulk dealer for years and years and years and years. And I had a Texaco credit card.
Wow.
I think I remember Mom having one. Mom and Dad.
And you remember when, what was it? It was Rockefeller. What company did he have?
What company did he not have?
Yeah, really.
Gasoline, nationwide. What the hell was the name for that company? It wasn't Texaco.
Wasn't Exxon, was it?
No, it was before that. They,
Mobil?
mm-mm,
76?
no. All of those sprang up because they broke Standard Oil.
Standard, yeah.
That was all. That was Rockefeller, and he had a monopoly on the gasoline business in the United States. Standard Oil of Texas, Standard Oil of Mississippi, Standard Oil of all 48 of them.
Yep.
And they made him break up I don't know what they did, but they made him break it up, and Standard Oil, I guess, is no more. I guess it disappeared, and that sprang up all these others, Exxon and Texaco, and you remember SO? There was a SO. There was Gulf.
Yep.
Now Gulf was around when Standard Oil was around, so they
I
were.
remember Gulf.
Yeah, and what was the service stations that all Pure Oil? Remember Pure? Pure?
Yep, I remember them.
They was all of them looked just alike. You know, they're blue and white, all of them down the highway.
Yep.
Well, they were all around. They were there when Standard was there, but now I'm sure Standard Oil let them be in operation, trying to dodge the antitrust laws. But yeah, Rockefeller, he controlled all the automobile gas or whatever you want to call it in the nation. Because there wasn't, when I came along, there wasn't that many service stations. You didn't get to have a big choice.
No.
What was that? Standard Oil, Gulf, Pure, and there was another one there in my hometown. I can't remember what the name of that thing was. I know I can see it. But that was the 4 service stations that you saw all over this part of the world anyway. And I'm sure it probably was the same everywhere else.
Yeah.
You mentioned Sinclair earlier. We still got a few Sinclairs around here.
Yeah, you get up in Wyoming, that's all you see is Sinclair. They got that state is that's Dodge truck country and Sinclair oil. That's what I remember about going through Wyoming all around up there.
I think Sinclair you could get, because in Oklahoma, 91's the high. We used to have a Shell gas station up on the north side of the city that you could buy, I think, 101 or 103 octane. They sold it. It was like $7 a gallon, but you get it. But Sinclair, I think, is one of the only stations you can get. I think they sold 93 or something. They sold a higher octane than everybody else, but I don't know if they still do that or not.
And then Chris said he used to sell 95 octane. Good night, Chris. Indiana Chris, thanks for coming in.
A Champlin gas station? Oh, I don't remember them. Probably before my time. Good night, Chris. Have a good one. I had something on the tip of my tongue I was going to say a minute ago, but I don't remember what it was. As Grandpa would say, must have been a lie.
Wasn't important.
Yeah.
I've always heard that. If you forget what you're going to say, it ain't what must not have been important.
Mm-hmm. Depending on the time you said it, Grandpa would say either one of those two. Oh yeah, Steve, you mentioned Dodges, man, and I was never really big on the older Dodge body styles, but
Mm-hmm.
I pulled up to the store the other day, and this guy, he come walking out, and he was walking over to his truck, and it was a single cab short bed, short wide, and I thought it was older than it was, but it's a '92 model, and that thing was as pretty as the day it was made.
Hmm.
He said his father-in-law bought it brand new in '92, and ended up giving it to him and his wife. And he
Yeah.
said all he'd done was put some wheels on it and lowered it a couple inches, but that
Okay.
it kind of resembled, like the late '60s, early '70s Chevys. Is it? It didn't look exactly, but to me, it kind of resembled, as far as that short wide with the single cab, it kind of resembled that look.
Yeah. Yeah.
Must have been a little red wagon or
No, it was now the little red wagons, those were step side beds,
yeah.
and they had them stacks on them. But
Yeah.
this was just a regular short wide single cab, and it was a nice clean truck.
Good
He
night,
said,
Mark.
night, Mark. He said back then, he said back in '92, he said he'd never looked over at a Dodge dealership. He said he likes that truck now.
Yeah. Well, my buddy had a Warlock truck.
Warlock, was that a Dodge?
Yeah, that's a Dodge. Basically, all it was a little red wagon,
Mm,
and it had the stacks on the back.
mm.
He was from Michigan. He brought that truck down from Michigan, and man, it had a 440 in it, Hemi. That joker was bad. It was bad.
Oh, okay. That was their black version. I just Googled it. Yeah, that was their black version of the little red wagon.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'll tell you what, ain't nothing, don't nothing sound no better than one of them big Dodge 4-wheel drive back in the 70s
Power wagons.
with power wagon with that big engine in it and spinning them 4 wheels in that mud.
Yeah.
Man, that thing's a snort and they was tough. That's what we coon hunted out of. I had a buddy that was hunting with me at the time, and we always hunted out of his truck, and that's what he had. And there wasn't nowhere we couldn't go, It just wasn't nowhere we couldn't go.
Yeah.
He lives out in Idaho now, and I said, John, I sure we had been back in that patch of woods lately, and this was on the hunting club. I was telling you about the hunting club I got to go to at rabbit hunting.
Yeah.
Well, that man, Mr. Eicher, that I mentioned, that we was in his farm shop when the game warden came up on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that day, while we was rabbit hunting, we was sitting on a log taking a break, eating lunch, and I had played football already against him. He had all daughters, and they were cheerleaders and this and that and the other, but he knew who I was. And sitting on that log that day, he asked me what was my plans for down the road, and I told him I'd finish high school, and if I can't play pro baseball, I wouldn't mind having a job at Delta Pine. That was the name of the plantation.
Right.
Well, that was when I was 17, 18 years old. Well, when I went broke farming in 76, I went straight to Delta Pine and applied for a job, a farm manager job. And as one of my references, I had gotten to know this man through the years pretty good. I put him down as a reference out of clear blue. I don't know why. But anyway, it was 72 people applied for that job, and I got it.
Wow.
And when I was hired, when Mr. Nunnery hired me, he asked me. He said, "I want to ask you this one thing, Mr. Allen." He said, "You ever remember sitting on a log talking to James Likert and telling him that if you didn't get a chance?" And I said, "If I didn't get a chance to play pro baseball, I'd love to work at Delta Pine."
Yeah,
He said, "Yep, that's."
that's where we
He
got
said, "And that's the reason you sitting in. That's the reason you sitting in this seat." Because I could went to bat for me. I got to say he went to bat.
Well, that was good.
But anyway, that's where I was on that hunting club when I was hunting with that boy that had that big Dodge,
Yeah.
and we could go in. You know, it wasn't like we was running up turn roads. We were on the hunting club, and then that sometimes we was running up turn roads, but that was just part of the people. The farm, if the farm manager happened to be unlucky enough to be farming the land that the hunt club was on, he just had to fix them roads.
What kind of farm was it?
Yeah, but boy, that big old black Dodge was snort. Now let me tell you, I get out. We wore hip boots. I always wore hip boots just because of briars and stuff. And John would say, "You reckon we can go through that?" I said, "I don't know. You better let me go." And I'd go through them, walk out there in them ruts, and I swear it'd be almost over them hip boots, mud, and they'd be 100 foot long. And I'd go back up there, and he said, "Got a bottom in it?" I said, "Yeah, it's got a bottom in it." He said, "Well, get in." He pushed mud up out of there. That thing looked like a bulldozer. That was the baddest truck I ever rode in.
What kind of farm were you? What kind of farm?
I raised corn and cotton and soybeans.
Mm.
It was 40,000 acres, and I farmed 2,200 of it.
Jeez.
Wow.
40,000 acres. Can you imagine having that kind of land?
It was all owned by the Queen of England. Yeah, it was owned by I say the Queen. She was a big owner in it. She didn't own it all. She was an investor in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Them. I mean, that's shit. Well, that's over 500 square miles.
You ride a long time on the highway when you go through it, but when those Englishmen, they would be different ones that would come over. I met a couple of them. I wasn't there for 2 years, and they sold it to Prudential Insurance. But it's old. It started back in the early 1900s when when cotton was king. England was the premier thread maker.
Yeah.
Textile mill. And after the Civil War, they started setting up textile mills over in northern South Carolina, eastern Georgia,
Right.
and probably in part of Virginia, maybe even. But England, being one of the most powerful countries in the world at that time, they invested in land in the Mississippi Delta, right here where I live. And the last Delta Pine plantation that they owned was actually the third one that they bought one, and that cotton went straight from the cotton gins in the Delta where I live straight to England. It was shipped to New Orleans and went straight across, straight to England.
Right.
And they couldn't buy any more land, which was right down here. I meditated on some of it today even. And they couldn't buy any more land around it. And they found a place up north of me here about 25 miles that they could buy a bunch of land. And they bought a bunch of land up there. But they found out that as they bought it, it wasn't suitable to raise the big cotton crops that they wanted. The big crops. They could make a cotton crop, but they couldn't make the big crop.
Right.
So they dropped back down, and while they still had that one up there, they dropped down here and bought a couple thousand acres. And the couple of thousand was yielding almost as much as 4,000 or 5,000 was up here.
Right.
So they sold all that up there, and then they bought this and bought that and bought and bought and bought and bought, and they ended up with right at 40,000 acres. Right here, right north of me right now, a place called Scott, 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 Mississippi.
Right.
And all of those plantations were named for, most all of them plantations were named for somewhere in England or a person from England that was big in the company, you know.
Right.
And the Queen of England, the blue bloods over there were big investors in it. But yeah, that's a little history, just a little history there. But all our cotton, the cotton we raised, even in the 70s when I worked there, the cotton we raised was shipped by truck straight to Charleston, South Carolina. And every bit of it went straight from Charleston, straight to England. Everybody.
Were those steam-powered trucks or?
Just trailer trucks, you know. Oh, shit. They were diesel. They were diesel trucks. Come on, man.
He was confused there for a second there, Hawgleg.
Yeah, you got me there for a minute. But hey, look here, we raised on that we didn't raise but 11,000 acres of cotton. The rest was rice, soybeans, and silage. We had 5,000 head of cows. 5,000 head of cows in Mississippi, man. It was the biggest cattle ranch in Mississippi.
Right.
And you know how many cotton pickers we ran on 11,000 acres of cotton? You know how many cotton pickers?
Quite a few.
We didn't own a cotton picker. The company did not own a single cotton picker.
They rented them.
No, it was all contract pickers.
Yeah.
They were contract pickers. And look, we never picked a bale of cotton before. The last week in September. But those cotton pickers had to be on site by the 5th of September. Had to be at the headquarters, the town, and the assistant manager checked those cotton pickers all the way through them, everything, spindles, the fans, checked every single one, and he had the power to tell that man, you can't run that machine unless you put new spindles in. You can't run that fan. You can't run that machine unless that fan has got 300 more RPMs. In other words, you either got to put a new belt on it, or you got to put new blades on it. You got to do something.
Yeah, pulley.
Change pulleys in.
Yeah, and they would bring in, I think it was 35. I believe it was 35 cotton pickers.
Yeah, that's about what it would take to run 11,000 acres of cotton.
I think it was 35. But now these boys that they brought in here, they were professionals. You know, they went to Mexico and started in Mexico and picked all the way up through Louisiana. They buy brand new cotton pickers and send them to Mexico before Mexico got so out of the government got so out of sync where they confiscate the boys' cotton pickers. They actually would confiscate their pickers and wouldn't let them back across the border.
Yeah.
Actually happened to a lot of boys, a lot of guys.
Wow.
Yeah.
So they got to where they would just go to South Texas to the what they call the valley, the Rio Grande Valley, at McAllen, and pick up. They drive them cotton pickers, start in the valley. They drive all the way picking cotton all the way to North Louisiana.
Yeah.
They drive all the way. Just drive them 50 miles and pick cotton for a week, drive 50 more. And then they would bring those pickers to Delta Pine and go through them. They man, I've seen them. They have guys set up where they could go through a cotton picker in 2 days, through the heads, rebuild them and everything in 2 days.
Wow.
Out of a trailer truck.
They knew what they were doing.
Yes, sir. They knew what they were doing. And when they hit that field, it was all business. Now we supplied a lot of the labor. Like I had 3 guys that worked for me, you know, raising the cotton on the farm, and they drove pickers for the custom harvesters, is what we call them.
Yeah.
They would hire out and they'd drive in because they was off my payroll and on it was off the company payroll and on the, you know, the harvester's payroll.
Right. Right.
But they didn't own a single cotton picker.
Wow.
I didn't realize Kansas had a lot of cotton.
I don't know. I guess they do in parts of it.
They got a decent amount because when I was, into 2018 up until, what was it, about March of 2019, I worked at the McPherson refinery up there about an hour north of Wichita. And I was staying down in Derby, which is just one of them little towns just south of Wichita right there.
Yeah.
And all around my friend's place was cotton. And I never got to see any of them balers work or anything, but yeah, they had, you know, the bales that they made, shoot, they looked like they were about 8 foot tall, 8 foot wide, and about 16 to 20 foot long.
Yeah, they were packing it.
They were monsters. Yeah, they were all covered in like big tarp, you know, big white plastic.
Yeah, modules.
But those things, shoot, there had to been a lot of damn cotton to make that size of a bale there.
It's probably 13 to 15 bales. That's about what those modules build. You know, the cotton pickers now, they split them out on the back just like a round bale of cotton. I mean, a round bale of hay.
Yep.
Did you know that?
Mm.
Yep.
They don't pack the cotton anymore. That cotton picker, it rolls it just, and it lets it out the back end, and it's just like a round hay bale.
Then they get trucks go
They
around and
pick them up.
And all the trucks do is back up to them, and they got conveyors with big teeth on them.
Well, that's the same way. That's the way they picked up the modules too, though.
Yeah.
Hawgleg, can you remember what year you saw the first module in South Georgia?
1927.
No. You ought to be old enough to remember that.
Oh man, I can't remember what year it was, but I was young, very young.
Well, the first module I ever saw was in 1979 in Texas.
Yeah, I was very young.
And they was building modules in Texas, and we were still hauling on trailers in Mississippi. I said, man, what is this? Oh, boy.
Well, boys, it's after 3 o'clock in the morning. I got to get up with Dominic, and I'm going to go have breakfast with my dad in the morning.
It's time to go to bed. It's time for all of us to go to bed.
Yeah. I'm starting to feel it, getting tired. So,
how glad you gonna crank up or you gonna go to bed? You just not getting.
I'm gonna go to bed.
You just getting wound up, though, ain't you?
Yeah, I want to watch that tournament today.
Whose tournament is it today?
is the Battle of the Rivers, Tennessee versus
Oh yeah,
James. It's
yeah,
gonna be on Muskrat's channel.
right. Yeah, I was forgetting what it was. What was coming up.
Yeah.
Well, y'all, I appreciate it here.
Yep, it's been
All
fun.
Well, thanks
And,
for having me up here, Steve.
Yeah, man, we enjoyed it. I just hope that I don't get a bad reputation from all that crap that went on.
Nah, that yeah, you should have just clicked the X on them and booted them off.
No, I wasn't gonna make nobody no matter than they already was, man. Good gracious.
Yeah,
I tried to calm them down for you, Steve.
Yeah, well, it's just one of those things. It happens. I hate it happened in here, but that's all right too.
well,
I can handle it, buddy.
I mean, it. You know, you got two parties that want to talk without starting to get what's the word? You know, just disrespectful and spiteful, whatever. I mean, when it went from what it went to, and then or what it started out as, and then it went to, oh well, let's compare fish, and what the hell, really? What's that going to prove? That come on now,
Well, anyway,
we're all
it's over
adults.
with, and hopefully they settle the differences, and
Yeah, I hope so.
because they're both good folks, and
Oh yeah.
I hate to see that kind of mess,
Yeah.
but it happens. It is what it is.
They're both good people, and I'm sure they'll work it out.
Yeah.
All right,
All
y'all.
right, guys.
Let's
Thanks
go
for
to bed.
having me up. It's good
All
talking.
right. Thanks
All
for
right,
having
man.
me up.
Melissa, good night. And anybody
See
else still there listening?
See everybody in the next day or two.
Yes, sir. See y'all later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.